Hello, and thanks to all of you for joining us back here for day 2 of GitHub Universe. What a fantastic first day we had yesterday. We showed you how to ship even faster with auto merge on pull requests. Actions has a brand new workflow visualizer, protected environments, and deployment approvals, making it a full-featured CI/CD platform. We announced corporate sponsors, enabling organizations to help support the open source projects they rely on. GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0 is coming soon with full support for the tools that developers love: actions, packages, code scanning, and more. And last but not least, one I know many of you are excited about, we unveiled dark mode for GitHub.com. As Nat said yesterday, delivering the best possible developer experience is at the heart of everything we do. It drives every feature we ship, every decision we make. We draw on our own experience using GitHub to build GitHub, as well as the experience that you, our community, has every day on the platform. While we have incredibly talented people on our team, their creativity can never match the collective knowledge and the skill of the global developer community. As the home to so many of the world's developers, we tap into emerging trends and best practices to build the platform for all developers, with the goal of making their lives easier with each and every new ship. At the end of the day, that means helping developers do what they do best. It means removing distractions and automating away as many mundane tasks as possible so that developers can focus on their craft and have an awesome experience doing it. We talk to developers all the time, and we also hear from businesses of all sizes. Everyone wants to improve their ability to deliver software. In our experience, for businesses, it's fairly simple. You accelerate velocity and improve quality, and end up with a happier team to boot by focusing on the developer experience. So what does that really mean? A great developer experience boils down to 3 key components. First, developer workflow, including frictionless collaboration and automating manual tasks so developers can stay in flow. Second, developer-focused security and compliance to take the worry and risk away from developers and allow them to focus on their work. And finally, platform reliability to ensure your platform is scalable, resilient, and available whenever your developers need to use it. So let's talk about developer workflow. GitHub centralizes your workflows around your developers, around the software they build. Most developers just want to write great code and for it to have an impact. CI/CD, testing, issue management, refactoring, and so on are seen by many developers as more of an annoyance that gets in the way and interrupts their flow. According to research by UC Irvine and Humboldt University in Germany, it takes an average of 23 minutes to enter an optimal creative state, or what we call flow, or to re-enter it after a distraction. So staying in flow is critical for developer productivity. It also just feels good to be cranking away at something with deep focus. I know I certainly love that feeling. The intuitive collaboration and automation features we've built into GitHub help developers stay in flow, allowing your team to do so much more. To put some numbers around this, the 2019 DORA report found that elite and high-performing DevOps teams are automating significantly more work than low-performing teams. In fact, these elite teams are delivering 208 times more frequent code deployments than those who aren't. Their lead time from commit to deploy is 106 times faster, and they recover from incidents over 2,600 times more quickly. Automation not only increases the time developers spend on code, but also makes their jobs easier because they're able to minimize distractions and stay in flow, focused on work that's driven by creativity and collaboration instead of redundancy and interruptions. GitHub defined one of the most foundational code collaboration workflows when we created the GitHub pull request, providing an interface and workflow for sharing, suggesting, and reviewing code changes throughout open source and private repos. Prior to the pull request, developers literally emailed their diffs to one another. You had to hope the person on the other side knew what to do with your code and what it did before you could even attempt to merge. That one feature set the benchmark for how we approach supporting developer workflows. Start with highly repetitive developer tasks, make them significantly easier and a joy to use, and iterate from there. For example, yesterday we announced the latest feature on top of pull requests, auto merge. Auto merge accelerates time to merge and allows more work to happen in parallel. No more time spent tracking down pull request authors, updating out-of-date branches, and waiting for tests to pass just so you can click the merge button. Once all requirements are met, your PR can merge, rebase, or squash automatically. So the developer who is waiting to go back and merge the PR herself, AutoMerge is handling that for her now. And she's already writing more code, opening another PR, creating a new release, or pairing with another developer. For developers, this is hopefully a finally moment. For enterprises, now you can just set consistent requirements across your organization for merging pull requests. And instead of a developer having to come back and merge each one, we do it for you. And all of those auto-merge PRs will have universally applied security and compliance review, reducing security risks and the potential for human error, all while allowing your developers to focus their energy on work that truly adds value. Improving workflow isn't about one feature or capability, though. Keeping developers focused on high-impact work extends to every facet of the developer experience. We're helping developers stay connected and productive with our native GitHub mobile apps for iOS and Android. Need to merge a PR but you're away from your desk? Just swipe to merge on your phone. With GitHub Codespaces, developers get a fully featured cloud-hosted dev environment that spins up in minutes directly within GitHub, so they can start contributing to a project or switch between projects without delay. Codespaces dramatically reduces the overhead of managing dev environments and switching contexts, allowing developers to stay in flow and focus on the code. It saves companies time in running, managing, and overseeing hardware across your developer environment. That's all running in the cloud now. It gives your developers flexibility and drives collaboration within your organization. Teammates can jump in quickly to work with others on a project, even when they only have a limited amount of time. Just spin up an environment in an instant and they're good to go. And it simplifies access, eliminating reliance on institutional knowledge or specific individuals and ensuring the work can be done whenever and by whomever is needed. From an IT perspective, Codespaces also reduces the amount of time and effort spent on fleet management. By shifting dev environments to the cloud, there's no longer a need to provision and maintain developer environments on local machines. This also has the potential of reducing the hardware requirements for your dev boxes, as the amount of processing actually happening locally is minimal. Great software development workflows include more than developers, and they don't stop when the human leaves the room. Great workflows do the work for you. They bring in the right people at the right time, they fail intelligently, and they self-monitor. That's how you increase developer velocity, through smart, interconnected workflows. And while we're building those capabilities into code-heavy workflows, we're also building this philosophy into your infrastructure. I'm talking about automation, and particularly the increasingly powerful GitHub Actions. Yesterday, we announced the launch of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0, a release I'm particularly excited about because it delivers features such as code scanning, packages, and actions, the community standard for workflow automation, to our self-hosted product. GitHub Enterprise Server customers now have access to powerful CI/CD and automation capabilities built into GitHub and housed directly next to their code. In less than a year, Actions has become the #1 CI solution on GitHub in both public and private repositories. But that's just where it starts. Across all open source repositories, repos that use Actions on pull requests see PRs merge 1.2 times faster, and the number of merged PRs increased by 1.3x. That's 34% more pull requests merged. This is huge in terms of improving developer velocity. And this scales exponentially with your team. According to 3M, building with GitHub allowed them to go from 400 deployments in 60 days to 6,000 deployments. That's a 15 times increase in ships. The open source community, including teams and companies around the world, has come together to build, share, and improve on actions that simplify workflow automation. There are now over 6,000 community actions in the marketplace, helping developers automate everything from testing to incident management to Kubernetes deployments. As with any other code, you can fork and modify actions to meet your needs. Then, share them with others so they can continue to iterate on what you've built. A number of GitHub partners are creating what we call verified actions, which means that we have verified the source of the actions your organization is using. Let's check out some demos from our partners.
At ServiceNow, We're excited to announce our newly published ServiceNow CI/CD GitHub Actions as part of our ongoing commitment to the ServiceNow developer experience. These new actions help developers quickly set up and configure CI/CD pipelines for apps built on the Now platform using GitHub to accelerate app delivery. We'll start by creating an actions workflow for an app linked to our GitHub repo using the example template built on the newly published GitHub Actions. Next, we'll set up secrets for this GitHub repo, including credentials for service accounts and other workflow variables. Then, check out a feature branch in our dev instance using Studio, the built-in IDE, and then make some commits. After that, we create a pull request and watch our first CI build get triggered automatically. When our build passes, we'll merge our pull request and confirm that the push to our main branch triggered a release build, which automatically validates and deploys our app to our production instance. And that's how easy it is to get started with CI/CD for Now Platform app development. For a full demo, visit our landing page on the GitHub Universe site. Take advantage of streamlining your development workflow today with ServiceNow CI/CD GitHub Actions published on the GitHub Marketplace.
Hi, I'm Abhilash. I'm a product manager at Datadog. Datadog is a full-stack observability and security platform. We have over 400 integrations so that developers can monitor their stacks without manual instrumentation. We recently launched an integration that provides CVE analysis from our Continuous Profiler. The Datadog Continuous Profiler provides method-level spans that provide insights on which parts of your codebase run how often and for how long. A CVE analysis, or Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures analysis, provides insight on what vulnerabilities exist in your application. But vulnerabilities are everywhere. That doesn't mean each vulnerability is even exploitable. They also come in many flavors. For example, it could be a library in your container image repo or a package that you don't really call. There are many ways for them to exist in your app but not be relevant. What you really need to care about is which vulnerabilities are invoked in production and are exposed to user traffic. Our new integration provides a way to map the vulnerabilities with how often they're invoked and from which parts. For example, here's a time series view of how often some of these vulnerabilities are invoked. Now, to get this working, customers need to first create a dependency graph. This creates a mapping between the customer's application and the vulnerability database. Once this is generated, they then need to upload this dependency graph to Datadog for the actual analysis. This workflow creates some onboarding friction. The easiest way to reduce this friction is to automate. Today, we're excited to announce the launch of Datadog's first GitHub action on the marketplace. With this new GitHub action, we can easily onboard with our CVE analysis workflow. It's also easy to add to your CI/CD pipeline and keep the CVE analysis updated. Here's a quick demo. We have a sample application here with a workflow. The workflow has several steps. The first couple of steps invokes other GitHub actions in order to set up your environment. This is easily done. Next, we use the environment variables to parse and store the deployment version. We then call our GitHub action. This runs a series of scripts and requires no user input. If it notices a new deployment version, it generates and uploads a new dependency graph. Here's the data flow. Whenever there's a code merge, the CI/CD pipeline takes over. If all the tests pass, the action is invoked. This then generates and uploads a new dependency graph and kicks off the Datadog CVE analysis process. The CVE data is updated based on the new dependency graph. This keeps the CVE analysis data synchronized with new deployments. With GitHub Actions, we were able to reduce the onboarding friction for this workflow. Customers can now get access to an end-to-end CVE analysis with just a few clicks. We were also able to solve this problem faster by leaning on GitHub Actions rather than changing our application code. This is because GitHub Actions are just easy to use and require almost no overhead. We were also able to meet our customers where they were, on the GitHub Marketplace. This adds another layer of discoverability. This has been a quick overview of how Datadog leverages GitHub Actions. We hope you have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Marquito Oliveira. I'm a product manager within OpenShift, and I'm very excited to talk about the GitHub Actions that we built that will enable your developers to deploy applications to OpenShift. So here are the actions already in the GitHub Marketplace, but I'm going to show you now how you can very easily add that to your GitHub projects. So here's my GitHub project. It has no workflows currently set up. I can click in Actions and you get to this list here. I have already found the OpenShift workflow that I'm going to set up now to deploy to my OpenShift environment. I'm going to replace some of the values that you can use here to, for example, use your container registry, and then of course the two secrets pointing to your OpenShift cluster and your OpenShift token as well. You can also use your username and password, but that's pretty much all you need. I'm going to commit that to my repository, and that's going to trigger a build that, as you can see, it's just getting started right now. But that's pretty much all you have to do. And this application now will land in my OpenShift cluster. I'm going to very quickly walk you through the secret as well. As you can see, I have the registry password and the two values for my OpenShift environment, the server and the token. But that's it. Like, it's that simple. And now that the build is complete, let's see the URL for that application in my OpenShift cluster. This is a Quarkus app, so the startup time will be really fast. And that's it. My app is up and running now. We're very excited about this partnership, and we look forward to see what developers will build with this GitHub Actions for OpenShift and for other Red Hat projects.
I'm always so impressed by the ways our community is using Actions. I love this quote from McKesson, and I couldn't have said it better myself. The more you allow developers to do their best work, the more you automate the manual tasks, the more you can do for your customers. GitHub Actions enhance the developer experience through developer-focused workflows. By producing shared and secure ways to automate away the manual steps to shipping software, Actions allows developers to focus on writing code and in turn delivering great products to your customers, whether they're internal or external. But great developer experiences require more than the best features and an uninterrupted workflow. They also need to deliver peace of mind. Securing software is truly a team effort. Discovering, reporting, and remediating vulnerabilities is a full-time job, and not one everyone is equipped to do well. We've captured the expertise of world-leading security experts in our products so that addressing security concerns becomes a streamlined part of automated workflows, rather than something developers need to do on the side. Of course, security isn't just about preventing bad actors from breaching your code. It's also about ensuring that human error doesn't expose you or your customers to risk. On a random sample of over 500 advisories across 6 package ecosystems, we found that only 17% of security vulnerabilities are from malicious behavior. Put another way, 83% of vulnerabilities are simply the result of human error, mistakes that anyone could make and that could happen anywhere in any company. Vulnerabilities are hard to identify and expensive and time-consuming to remediate. With GitHub, you have an entire community of security researchers helping you find and fix vulnerabilities. In applying this tooling and expertise to open source software, suddenly the whole supply chain becomes more secure for us all, given that so much of today's software is built on open source. We believe in both securing the software supply chain and frequently scanning code before deployment to prevent vulnerabilities and their variants from making their way into production code. Security on GitHub works just like your developers do. It's centered around your code, embedded in existing collaboration workflows, and bolstered by the confidence and the power of the open source community. We can look at the process of patching vulnerabilities as an example of how this works in favor of developers. Repositories that automatically generate a Dependabot pull request patch their software 13 days sooner or 1.4 times faster than those who don't. That's huge when it comes to security. If you're not already using Dependabot, you should spend some time checking it out. As I mentioned, we have an incredible team of security researchers, and we've built their expertise directly and intuitively into the GitHub Enterprise platform. GitHub Enterprise Server customers now have access to GitHub's Advanced Security Suite, which includes CodeQL code scanning as part of their server deployment. The combination of advanced security and our supply chain security features, including Dependabot, offers companies with an on-prem deployment platform to help secure their use of open source, simplify security, and automate their application security practices. And yesterday, we announced the beta availability of secret scanning in GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0 to help prevent credentials and other protected information from being accidentally exposed or giving systems access to potential intruders. Security advisories, CodeQL code scanning, secret scanning, and Dependabot all work together to secure your code end-to-end. Security is not just about tools, it's also about the community working together. GitHub brings the power of the community to help secure software, including yours, into our platform through the Security Lab. Take Postmates, for example, who leverage CodeQL's code scanning to do what literally no other developer-focused security tooling can do. GitHub's security features meet developers where they are, in the source code. And we also have a fantastic partner here with us who's working to provide additional security capabilities to GitHub customers through their own integrations. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Matt from Bridgecrew, the cloud security platform for developers. With the advent of DevOps, GitOps, infrastructure as code becoming staples of our day-to-day, there's no better place than GitHub to start the development team's security journey. Bridgecrew's mission is to enable security where code happens, and we do this through frictionless infrastructure as code scanning, automated remediation, and runtime scanning. But most importantly, we do all of this right within the developer's existing workflows. Let's take a look at that. We'll start with TerraGoat, our intentionally vulnerable set of Terraform manifests for infrastructure as code security training. Here we have multiple infrastructures and multiple different types of Terraform resources. By cloning that locally, we can see we have a couple of Azure App Services. We can add a third and make a commit. We'll commit that to a new branch, and we'll push that. We'll then make a pull request against our main branch. And once that's done, we can see that pull request in GitHub. As you can see, Bridgecrew's already scanned this PR and found issues with our infrastructure as code security posture, which is highlighted. By scrolling to the bottom of the pull request, we'll find the Bridgecrew set of checks. Clicking details will take us to a single page where we can see all the issues and suggested remediations. To remediate, we can simply click on one of the issues, add it to our list of remediations, and click Remediate. Going back to GitHub, this will automatically add a new commit into our PR to solve that particular security issue. Clicking on the individual pull request comments also takes us to guidance, so individual developers on the team can see context as to why that change needs to occur. While we're in the platform, let's look at existing issues within our main branch. As you can see, App Service 1 and 2 suffer from the same issue. Here we can click into them to see the same remediation suggestions, and even though they're already in our main branch, we can click Remediate. This will generate, you've guessed it, a new pull request against that branch to fix the infrastructure as code issues already highlighted. We can also see from the types of violations in the list that Bridgecrew's also noticed one of these infrastructure as code issues has made it all the way to production and is highlighting a runtime violation from Azure for the same issue. Last but not least, we can also add badges to all our repos to highlight the infrastructure as code security posture to other developers and to make it easy to track our improvements.
Accelerating velocity is critical to keeping pace, but doing so without investing in security can create additional risk. We want to help teams ship more secure code faster, and a developer-focused approach supported by the community with the right tools and the right partners is the best way to get there. GitHub is where the world builds software. Over 50 million developers trust GitHub to collaborate, test, build, and deploy code, including over 70% of the Fortune 50. In fact, in the last year, over 60 million new repos were added and over 1.9 billion contributions were made. Those are some seriously big numbers. The stability and resilience of our global platform is critical to providing developers with a platform they can count on. GitHub Enterprise is built on the same principles as GitHub.com, and as a result, benefits from the years we've spent optimizing the platform to be trusted, reliable, and resilient. From day one, we've focused on building great products and experiences for the developers who spend their days or their nights on GitHub. From pull requests to Codespaces, actions to CodeQL, and everything in between, our vision is to build the home for all developers, whether they're working on a fun side project or building mission-critical software for Fortune 500. Developers benefit from working in a collaborative community built around code, one that scales with each new project, allows for expertise sharing, cross-team problem solving, and code and workflow reuse. By replicating this experience in-house, enterprises can benefit from the practices that have helped the open source community grow and thrive. Call it inner sourcing or digital transformation. It boils down to empowering developers to work the way they work best, collaboratively and free from unnecessary distractions. Regardless of your goals for this year, whether it be to improve your workflows or to achieve your vision of digital transformation, investing in a top-notch developer experience will be key to your success. One that embraces the developer workflow, seamlessly addresses security and compliance, and provides access to a scalable, reliable platform built for developers. We're here to partner with you to accelerate developer velocity and deliver world-class software, and we're excited for what the future holds for us all. Thank you, and enjoy day 2 of GitHub Universe.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to GitHub Universe Day 2. I am so excited to be here. My name is Kath, and I'm coming at you live from San Francisco, California. Brian, you want to introduce yourself, and where are you in the world?
Yes, so I'm B-Dougie. I go by Brian. My mom calls me Brian, but I'm B-Dougie on the internet, B-Dougie on GitHub as well. And I'm coming at you live from Oakland, California. And I like to think of myself as the Beyonce of GitHub as well. So, but Kath, you want to chat with people and tell us how they can connect with us throughout the day?
Sure. Yeah, you're my favorite. By the way, you're my favorite Beyonce advocate at GitHub. I know you're a developer advocate
Indeed.
too, but job number 1 is looking after Beyonce. So yeah, in case you missed anything yesterday, you can find everything on video on demand, and everything today will go up on YouTube as well. So check that out. Today is all about DevOps. And tomorrow is all about open source and communities, but I think I actually missed it. So how you guys can interact with us, you can actually hit us up on Twitter. So I'm Simsoka. I'm gonna do the Brian thing because he's a lot cooler than I am. But I'm Simsoka on Twitter, and I'm actually Simsoka on GitHub too. You can hit us up there. Use the hashtag GitHub Universe if you are tweeting anything at us throughout the day. It's how we connect with you. And also, if you want to be featured in the highlight show, use that hashtag, and Kyle Daigle will feature you, hopefully feature you. And I'm going to hold him to that. Brian, what else is coming up for today?
Yeah, so today is all about DevOps. Actually, I should say DevOps. But yeah, so we have 4 distinct channels. We have Enterprise, we've got University, we've got the Play track. You're on the Developer track. Yesterday was about secure development, so like Kath mentioned, videos on demand, you can find them. DevOps today. Tomorrow is open source and communities. And I'm just super excited about all the content coming up today. So folks, also a reminder, I didn't remember yesterday, but Enterprise also is about DevOps. So if you want to flip back and forth, say hello to Martin and Dana and let them know that we sent you, but you're only sticking around for a little bit because you're going to come back here because this is the best channel as well. And then there's going to be on the Play channel, there'll be some design principles that they're going to talk through. So if you haven't done this yet, go to githubuniverse.com/schedule and set your schedule up. So that way you get reminders. You can add it to your calendar. I've actually on Twitter, BDougieYo on Twitter, you can actually see my schedule, which is pretty much all developer track stuff for today. But create your schedule so that you're reminded and you know what you're looking for. Speaking of looking for stuff, Kath, how can folks engage with the speakers today?
Yeah, so we have GitHub discussions at githubuniverse.com/discussions, and you can actually engage with us all day long on GitHub discussions. You can ask questions. GitHub discussions launched yesterday to public beta, by the way, and so anyone now can use GitHub discussions if you run a public project or an open source project, and we're using it for GitHub Universe. So you can engage with all of our subject matter experts. They know a ton about what every single speaker is talking about, and you can engage with the speakers themselves. They're going to be hanging out in the discussions for about 30 minutes after their session. So if you have more questions that Brian and I couldn't get to, during our Q&A, a really fast Q&A, go over to discussions and hit them up. Give them your feedback too. They love, and also like ask them some funny questions. Ask them what they had for breakfast today, how many cups of coffee they had, did they get enough sleep last night, that kind of stuff. And don't forget, after Universe on Friday, we have our workshops, and these are all about you guys. These are about hands-on, getting hands on these products and these features, or anything that we've launched in the past years. And if you have questions about any of that, you can get hands-on advice from experts, from our professional services team, from our ecosystem team, from our support team. They are all going to be there in those workshops. So head over to githubuniverse.com/workshops to get those tickets. Brian, I hear Angie, I think she's here. Do you want to introduce the next session?
Yeah, for sure. So we've got an awesome speaker coming up. The subject is going to be about visual test on every single pull request. So I'm excited about this because I don't do enough testing in any of my code. As I mentioned yesterday, I write a lot of bad code. So I need all the sessions yesterday about secure development, but testing during pull requests is something I want to hear about. So Angie is a principal developer advocate at Applitools, and I love developer advocates. It's the best job ever. And Angie specializes in test automation. Actually, Applitools and Angie specialize in test automation strategies and techniques. And also, shout out to Angie. She also volunteers teaching coding workshops for Black Girls Code. Also, shout out, I know Angie's also a Java champion too as well, which is super legit, which is why I'm super excited to hear her legit talk. Reminder, folks,
Angie,
if you want to rate the sessions.
All around amazing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you'll get a lot of Angie's personality in this talk coming up, which is why you should rate the session. You can rate all sessions today. Let us know what you loved about them, and also let us know like how we can improve the content. So if this was like 100% on the money talk, let us know, and then we can get more talks like this next year as well. But without further ado, I'm going to pass it off to Angie.
Hello, everyone. And thank you so much for coming to this session. Today, I'm going to talk about visual testing. But first, I want us to start off with a little game of WHODUNNIT.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
But how did you know?
Madam, as any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take her away.
That's right, madam.
It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
Action.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
So did you catch those differences? Or maybe the most important one where the dead man got up and walked away? Probably not, right? Because we all suffer from what's called inattentional blindness. And this is where we don't catch new or unexpected things that come into our viewport because we're so focused on a specific thing. And this is especially true when we talk about testing our software, right? We're so focused on just getting the code out. We might do a little bit of testing to see if the absolute happy path works, and we miss a lot of other things that are going on around us. So how do we solve for this? Well, typically we'll automate our tests because we figure if we automate these tests, then we know it's going to take the same steps every single time. It's going to make the same assertions every single time. And that way we're safe, right? Not so fast. What if I told you that by automating your tests, you're actually scripting in the unintentional blindness? What? Yes, because most of the automation tools out there are interrogating and querying the DOM for answers. But what about the look and feel of the application? What about the GUI that our customers are actually using, right? For example, what if some text on the page that we're looking for, in our automated test, we ask, is this text present? And it says yes, because it's looking in the DOM. But what about if that text was the same color as the background and therefore couldn't be seen by the users? What if some element that the customer needed to interact with was overlapped by another element and therefore they couldn't? What if when we start changing those viewport sizes, the element or the text or something is bleeding off the edge of the page? None of these things can be caught with the traditional test automation tools. Now, when I talk about this, people start thinking that these are edge cases. But let me tell you, once I was trained to discover visual bugs, I started seeing them everywhere. Let me show you a couple of examples. So this is Cinemax. This is the second largest cinema chain in the planet. So not a little small mom and pop shop. And they had a visual bug on the page that asked you if you want to store your credit card information. So notice there, the two labels are not aligned with the radio button. And when we see this, it looks kind of goofy and we might want to laugh and think of this as a lower severity bug. However, let me ask you this question. Would you store your credit card information here? Probably not, right? I sure wouldn't. Why not? Because in the back of our heads, we don't trust this page with our credit card information. When we look at this and see this, we think, how did they miss this, right? They must not test this, which is what Kim alluded to in this tweet here. And if they didn't catch this part, I know they're not testing the back end of this, is what we think. But I have a theory. I think they did test it. In fact, I think they automated the test for this. And if they automated the test for this, those labels are present, the radio buttons are present. Technically, this is functional. And this is how this sort of thing gets shipped to production. Here's another example, OpenTable. So OpenTable is where you go to make restaurant reservations. And I used to live in North Carolina, home of the barbecue. And I went back to visit. I wanted to catch up with some old friends. So I went to OpenTable to make a nice size reservation for 7 people. And they gave me some times to choose from. And when I chose the time, a modal appeared. And I was a bit confused at first because there's nothing centered here. But as I got to looking around, notice in the upper right corner there's 2 select buttons. And on those 2 select buttons, there's nothing that's telling me what I'm selecting, right? First of all, like, why is there 2 of them? Why are they not aligned? And what am I selecting, So I did what any of you would do. And I opened Chrome DevTools and began to dig around the DOM. And when I did so, I realized that, hey, there are labels present there. They're just as far away from those select buttons as possible. So I wanted this barbecue. I went ahead and made the reservation, much like our automation tools would be able to do. Because they're interrogating the DOM and interacting with the elements via the DOM, then they're able to complete the task. But as a user, not so much, right? This is pretty much unusable from a customer standpoint. Our customers aren't necessarily engineers. They're not digging around in Chrome DevTools to complete your reservation. I cringe thinking about how much money is lost here. Now, these aren't just one-offs. This happens to your favorite tech companies as well. Look at this one from Amazon. Like I mentioned earlier, changing the viewport size, I promise you, those mobile views is where those visual bugs live, okay? So right here, not only is someone about to buy something, they want to increase the quantity. So they are multiplying the amount of money they're going to spend, and they're faced with this visual bug, right? Almost makes it unusable if it's more than 2. Who knows if they're going to complete this transaction or not? But if we had tests for this, this would pass. Also, look at Facebook here. So this is their marketplace where they're going to buy products. Look at the text there. Oh my goodness. The width is not wide enough and the text is down the edge of the page. You have pictures here where you can barely read the text. But what would our automated tool say? Yes, the text is present and everything would pass. Although this makes me not want to spend my money. I'll tell you that much. And then here's another example, one of my favorite ones. This is Instagram, and this is a sponsored ad. This is content that someone paid to have premium, placement on Instagram here. And yet it looks like this. Again, our automated text. What we ask, is this text present? Yes. Is this text present? Yes. Nothing indicates that it's actually overlapping each other, right? How much money is lost here? If I'm buying this ad, I'm no longer going to do it with Instagram. In fact, I want a refund on this one, right? Twitter, look at the tweets overlapping. You see this, what do? You close the app. Even Google on this pre-order button here, right? And this one is not so bad, but it is still a point of purchase, which means some high-salaried Google engineer needs to stop innovating new features to come and track this down. Not a good use of their time. The great news is we don't have to live like this. Visual testing can be automated. So what is visual testing exactly? Well, visual testing is where, when you're writing your initial test and you're looking at the app as a human being, right there, we can take a screenshot of your application. That's in its golden state. And we'll consider this the baseline. And then for every regression run, it's going to take another screenshot and compare those 2 screenshots to detect if there are any visual differences. The stuff on the screen that our customer is actually seeing, that's what we're going to look for, right? Now, visual testing isn't entirely new. It's been around for a while in the industry, but as an industry, we weren't doing this right. We were using pixel-to-pixel comparison to do this. The problem with pixel-to-pixel comparison is extremely flaky. It was not designed to test software. Now, here's some examples. In the first case, this is our baseline image. In the second case, this is a regression run. The regression run failed. This gated deployment, so we didn't get a deploy. Why did this fail? Well, notice in the second image that Google search button is bolded. Well, if you put your mouse over that button, that's the hover effect of that button. So this is automated test, automated software. There's no human involved here, which means it just so happened that the mouse landed right there, right? We don't want to write code to make sure the mouse isn't landing in certain places. This is annoying. Here's another example. Who can see why this one failed? Yep, if you said that there's no cursor in the second one, you're right. The cursor after bad is solid and the second one is not. Well, cursors blink, people, right? So you don't want your deployment to fail because the screenshot was captured, when the cursor was blinking or something like that. Goofy, right? The great news, Applitools has come up with a much more sophisticated approach to doing this. It utilizes AI to mimic the human eye and brain and be able to compare these images just like we would as a human being. So here's another little game. You all don't get to play because you let the dead man get up and walk, right? So I ran this through pixel-to-pixel comparison, and then I ran it through Amplitude's API, their AI algorithm. And when I ran it through the pixel-to-pixel engines, look at this. It flagged everything. It's so sensitive. Every little white space shift gets highlighted, right? This is not built for testing software. Versus when I ran it through Amplitude's API, look at that. Just as we would, it captures the differences. Okay, so we're going to add this to an existing test just so I can show you how it works in action. So here is the application under test. It's a simple single-page app, 8 of my favorite books on testing. And the way this works is you would type in some query. Here I type in test, and this shows all of the books that have the word test as part of their title. All right. So the test for this is written in JavaScript with Cypress, but everything that I say today applies to any language you're using, any test framework. So don't get caught up on that part. All right. So here's the test. We are querying for the word test. We are expecting these 5 books to come back. And we assert on that by making sure there are exactly 5 books returned. And then we make sure that the titles match the ones there in our array. Okay. Now, let's say I wanted to add a little bouncy effect with CSS. Unlike you all, I suck at CSS, right? So I mess up things all the time. But I have tests. So I can do whatever I want because I have tests, right? So I just check this in and I know that it'll catch if I do anything goofy, right? Okay, so here's the test again. Look at it. And then this is what the application actually looks like. Would that test catch this? No. Look at this test. It's green. I love green like the next person, but I want my red when it means something, you know? So this test has passed, even though with a single line of CSS, I literally flipped this application on its head. Again, this is why we need the visual testing. So I can revamp that test, right? Not only am I getting rid of a lot of code, but I'm going to have more coverage here with the visual testing. So there's 3 simple commands. The API is called eyes. Beautiful. So my first command on line 3 is to open your eyes. Poetry, right? The next command, I say to check the window. This is the magic. This is what's going to take the screenshot. It's going to send that up to the Amplitude's cloud. That if there's none there already, that'll become our baseline. If there is one already, it will compare it to the baseline. And then the final command is close your eyes. We're done here, folks. So let's run that one against that flipped application and notice now we get that red failure. And we can see here in the Amplitude's dashboard what's different. So it highlighted the differences for us. Beautiful. Okay, now the thing about visual testing in that way is that it's capturing everything. Yes, we've totally eliminated the unintentional blindness there. But sometimes we don't want to capture every single thing. We might want to just scope down to a certain area of the application, right? So I can do that in that check window command by just passing in the target. So I want a specific region and then a CSS selector for that region. That way it'll only take a picture of that specific region. So here I only get this book, right? And this is great, definitely scopes it down. However, we kind of reintroduce a little bit of unintentional blindness when we scope it that way. For example, here I'm typing in agile testing, but none of the books went away because filter is broken now. And our test would not catch that because we told it, find that agile testing book and make sure it's beautiful. Well, it's there and it's beautiful, and it kind of misses everything else that's going around it. Now, you're still in control. We're utilizing AI, but you need to be the boss here, right? So we can enhance our test. We can mix and match visual assertions with functional assertions. So on line 3 there, I'm going to slide that assertion back in here and say, make sure that it's only one book that comes back, and then go ahead and visually verify that book. All right. So that gives us the strength and the power that we need. Now, some people will ask me about dynamic content and say, well, Angie, I'm not using static data, so maybe mine won't look so great, or I can't use visual testing to verify it. Wrong, you can. So Applitools has 4 different algorithms, right, to do the comparisons. The first one is strict. That's the default one. We didn't have to specify that one. The next one is exact, which does pixel to pixel. I already told you pixel to pixel sucks. You're not going to use pixel to pixel, right? Right. Great. The third one is content, where it goes colorblind and it only verifies the content on the page and not necessarily the colors. Okay. And then the last one is layout. This utilizes AI in a different way to make sure that the layout of the page is okay, right? So not necessarily the content, but it detects a pattern on the page. So for example, with our books, in the baseline image, I have Advanced Selenium followed by Cucumber. And then in the regression, I have Cucumber followed by Advanced Selenium. Because I use the layout mode, this will pass. It's just making sure things aren't overlapping or looking goofy there. All right. In addition to doing it on a specific browser, this can also work cross-platform. So Applitools has this ultra-fast grid where you can specify what configurations you want to run against. And what this does is it takes your JavaScript, your DOM, your CSS, basically the state of your application, blast it across all of the configurations that you like to. Because remember, I told you, visual bugs, they lie in those viewport changes, right? So it'll verify all of that for you in parallel, lightning fast to do. Notice here, I'm specifying I want Firefox, Chrome, and IE 11. There's also support for Edge and Safari. Not only the browser, I'm saying I want iPhone 10 in landscape and portrait mode. I can do iPhone 12. I can do Galaxy, whatever I want to do. My test doesn't have to change, so I don't have to go back into all those tests and update them. This is working perfect. And so then I can see how my application looks. I don't have to download this stuff. I don't have to have a device form. All of that is handled in the cloud for me. And this is what it looks like on my dashboard. Notice there we have those devices in browsers and configurations. Also, integrates seamlessly with GitHub Actions. So you can have these visual tests run on every single pull request, and you don't have to worry. You can actually do whatever you want because you have tests. All right. So that's visual testing in a nutshell. What questions can I answer?
Excellent talk, Angie. I really appreciate the analogies, and thanks for the shout out with GitHub Actions at the end too as well, folks. Definitely check out that integration. My first question for you, Angie, is what happens when your application inevitably changes? Won't the visual test always fail?
Yes. So maintenance is a nightmare for tests in general, right? That doesn't necessarily change for visual tests, but it can be a little bit easier. So the way that it works, let's say that you introduce some new elements or something on the page. When that fails, because yes, the page is different, you go in the Applitools dashboard. If it is an intentional change, you press thumbs up. If it is not an intentional change, it's actually a bug, you press thumbs down. So one click, right? If you press the thumbs up, indicating that this is an intentional change, what it's going to do is take that regression screenshot and make that your baseline. It'll replace the existing baseline with that one. So it's relatively easy to update your test. You don't have to go digging back through your code and stuff.
Excellent. Thanks for the answer. And Kath, you want to take the second question?
Yep. Thank you, Brian. So Angie, second question for you. How do you deal with pages that are mostly static, but also have dynamic content in them, like a date or something like that?
Yeah. So great thing about the ICE API is that it is very flexible. So, for example, let's say that I had that case where, most of the page is static. I want to do a full page screenshot, but there's one little area here that's not, right? You can annotate that either programmatically or via the dashboard to say this area right here, I want to verify using the layout algorithm to do dynamic content, but the rest of the page, I would like to use the strict or, content or whatever. So you can mix and match the different algorithms on the same image.
Oh, that's awesome. Brian, I'm going to hand it back to you. I saw we got a question in from the discussions. You want to ask that one?
Yes, indeed. So there's a question that came into discussions from actually Diego Marcus, and he's asking about, you'd brought up about Cypress and visual testing, and I think it actually lines up with the question we're going to ask later too as well, which is the difference between Percy and visual testing, because I know you're focused on Apple tools and your main provider, but I guess my follow-up question for Diego's question is does Apple tools only work with web apps?
Okay. All right. So the difference with Percy and Applitools, so there's 3 different types of visual testing. Applitools is the only one that's using the AI one. So definitely mimicking the human eye and brain. Percy is using the pixel-to-pixel comparison. So that's the one I was telling you is a bit more fragile, harder to work with, a little flaky. The third type would be tools that are essentially still in the DOM. So you could specify certain properties in the DOM or the CSS that you're expecting. So it does visual testing without looking at the UI, right? So those are the 3 main categories. I may be biased, but I thought this before I ever worked at Applitools, that of course the AI-driven one is the most sophisticated and the most reliable solution. As far as, what was your other part, Brian, about
does it only work for web apps?
Oh, right. So it does not just work for web apps. So using the ultra-fast grid, you can do web apps as well as the different mobiles. Also, if you want to test native mobile, so say that you're using Appium or Apple's XCUI test or Espresso, and you're doing native mobile testing, there are Applitools SDKs for those as well. So you can definitely cover that. Also, components. So it integrates with Storybook. So if you want to verify your design components, you can do that.
Oh, that's cool.
Standalone images as well as PDF files. So really broad.
That's awesome. Thanks for breaking that down for us. And you mentioned bias, and I know of you from the internet as well as some other talks, and your fame of mac and cheese and how biased you are and how mac and cheese should be made. I had the benefit of making mac and cheese for the first time, proper mac and cheese. So my question to you, final question, hard hitting, is there a limit on how many different types of cheeses you could put in a mac and cheese?
Ooh. Okay, there's not a limit, Brian, but one of them has to be sharp cheddar. That's the rule. I don't make the rules. That's the rule. You can do 10 cheeses if you want, but if one of them isn't sharp cheddar, you did it wrong.
Excellent. That's good to know, and I'm going to write that down. I did include sharp cheddar, so I am good on that front. But they also added 4 other cheeses. I emptied out my fridge.
That's fine.
But folks, if you want to talk to Angie about cheese as well as end-to-end testing and Apple tools, definitely hit her up in discussion. She'll be around for the next 30 minutes. Thanks, Angie.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks
Angie.
so much. Bye.
All right, wait a minute. Where did Brian go? I think we'll probably find him in a little bit. So let me just let you guys give you a little bit of a quick look into what's happening in the dev channel. So in 30 minutes, we have keeping secrets in your infrastructure pipeline. Last time we talked about how to what to do if you actually do commit a secret. So now we'll learn about keeping them in your infrastructure pipeline. And then in an hour, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to do something similar that we did yesterday. If you weren't here with us yesterday, we actually merged with the Play channel. And so we're going to take a break and get a little bit of a peek into what's going on over there if you haven't done it yet. But so I just heard this is going to be really cool. We found B-Dougie, and I'm actually really, really excited about that because this next session is going to be amazing. You know why? Because it is getting traction with GitHub Actions with B-Dougie. So B-Dougie is going to be taking us all through everything that he's doing with GitHub Actions right now. It's really, really cool talk. And remember to engage with us on discussions. I'm going to be actually interviewing him afterwards. And then he's got a lot of folks who are in discussions who will be able to answer your questions about his talk or about GitHub Actions and workflows in general. And don't forget to rate the session also. Your feedback is so important to us. It helps us with all of our programming. So find the yellow star next to the join discussions at the bottom of the page. So with that, I am going to toss it over to B-Dougie.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, everybody. Yeah, so I am taking over the speaker role today, and I'll be giving a talk about getting traction with GitHub Actions, which is one of my favorite subjects. But before I jump into that, I wanted to give pretty much a catch up of what I've been doing for the past 9 months. And like so many other people, back in the summer, I watched this documentary called The Last Dance, and it was all about Michael Jordan. I stand by this one quote, which is Stan Lee, which is, imagine every issue is someone's first issue in the context of comics, Stan Lee being the founder of Marvel Comics. And I watched this documentary and learned so much about the famed Michael Jordan, the superstar, if you will. And I also realized that we have some Gen Z watching this as well. You might not know Michael Jordan. This is a conference on 5 continents being streamed. But if I could just summarize Michael Jordan, he, back in the war of 1995 between the Monstars, he actually single-handedly defeated, with a little help from Bill Murray, defeated the Monstars and saved Toontown. But that's really not what he did. He was actually a star baseball player for 13 months. No, I'm just kidding. No, Michael Jordan, he played baseball for a short amount of time, but he also did a bunch of other stuff. If you look at the next slide, he hosted SNL. He was a big superstar, hosted SNL. He also was best man for Bugs Bunny and Lola Bunny as well on the bottom right. You can see the image there. But he's done so much to get to his point of super fandom. In the keynote, I actually had this shoe right here, which is the Jordan 3 in the keynote. And this is a shoe that came out more like 15 years ago. Actually, I'm doing my math wrong. More than 15 years ago. But anyway, these are shoes that people still wear today. So his mark has been basically pressed in the entire sports arena, but also he sort of leveled up the game by actually bringing Nike into the forefront. And I bring up Michael Jordan because he is not only one of my favorite players, he's also a superstar. And as I mentioned before, I think of myself as the Beyonce of GitHub. I stand by that. I'm a Beyonce advocate. Not only am I a Beyonce advocate, I'm a developer advocate. These are all my handles. Everything else you need to know about me is right here, B-Dougie on Twitter, B-Dougie on GitHub. Definitely check out my MySpace page that I built over there. And I bring this up because I like to go to bat for the Hive. Beyonce, she goes to bat for the Hive as well. She stands up with the lemonade. Y'all should watch that too as well. Also watch that show on Disney Plus too as well. That was, that's pretty legit. But I digress. I'm going to move on from Beyonce and talk about what I really want to talk about, which is GitHub Actions. Now, GitHub Actions is a feature that most people at this point, like if you watch the keynote, if you watch any videos, if you leverage GitHub in the last year, you probably have seen this first and foremost. And it's really a tool to take your workflow to the next level. So I mentioned, like, if you're into DevOps, which this what the entire session today is about DevOps, like you could do that with GitHub Actions. And I think what a lot of people kind of think of GitHub Actions as is CI. And I even saw this in Twitter, #GitHub Universe. Check out the Twitter feed there. Someone brought up, with the continuous delivery features, like what does that mean for continuous integration? I think they're sort of conflating everything into one, which is fine because that's what GitHub Actions is. And if you zoom back a bit, it's all about workflow automation, automating yourself to get back to the code. And I bring this up because when Jason Warner stood on stage a couple years ago at GitHub Universe, he presented Actions as a feature for developers to get back to what they want to do. So if you're constantly doing all this tedious checking in, like hitting up Slack, telling your coworkers to review your PRs, like you could automate all that stuff. And the beauty of this is that GitHub Actions basically gets you back to what you want to do, which is write code. And I mentioned this, and I mentioned my example of the pull request, but what you could do with Actions is so much beyond CI, because you can take those repetitive tasks that you do all the time just to get your workflow, up and running and moving along, chugging along, and making sure you're, killing it in the sprints. Yeah, I messed up. Anyway, so I have an example, and my example, and I wrote a blog post about this actually. So if you go to dev.to and find myself, which is bdougie on dev, as I mentioned, I use those handles everywhere. I wrote up a blog post of how I do the automation piece of my workflow, and the automation workflow piece is around my storybook. So I had the pleasure of actually following up Angie and learning about Apple tools and how you do end-to-end testing. And she had mentioned briefly about checking your components. And one thing that I did with my sort of refresh of my project, this project I'll talk about in the next slide, I did a whole redesign. I actually learned how to use Figma and Sketch and all those other things. I'm not a designer by trade, but I wanted to basically build a new design, so I ended up leveraging Storybook. And the way I did this is every time I made a change to any component in my component folder structure, because I happen to be doing React, I wanted to update my design system. And my design system is here, and it's using Storybook. So this is designed.opensauce.pizza. And again, I'm not a designer, so please don't critique my design here. But what I'm getting at is every time I made a change to any components in my design structure, I actually have an action that triggers a deployment, and then not only triggers deployment, but also it only watches that folder structure. So again, that is detailed on the blog post. I can't really spend much more time on that. But what I wanted to focus on is the automation piece. I was able to not focus on how to get my components updated just for Storybook if they don't change the actual production site by just using GitHub Actions. One other thing that I also added too in my workflow is adding Lighthouse. Now, Jake Jarvis he has this Lighthouse action, and the one thing that I do for my deployments is I deploy to Netlify. And the reason why I chose this is that every time there's a Netlify deploy preview on my project, which is open source, I actually get an entire preview directly linked inside of my pull request, which is beautiful because I've been using this other action I built called Logify, which also brings my previews into the deployment logs first and foremost. I don't have an example about this in CD yet because it just launched yesterday. But what I like about this is that I get Lighthouse scores every time I open a PR. So if I have a PR from someone else, because this is an open source project, anybody else in the community, I actually can find out if I have like a degradation of my Lighthouse score or performance or accessibility right there in line with the PR. And when I talk about sort of identifying repetitive tasks, every time I open up a pull request, I want to make sure accessibility and performance do not go down. I want them to stay consistent or get better. So I bring that up because with the Lighthouse action, I can actually embed those Lighthouse scores within my action logs. So that way, not only in my action logs, but also in the PR comments. And it's all powered from this one action, which is beautiful. And like, you're probably thinking, Lighthouse is already embedded in Chrome. Like you can just open up the Chrome tab and like just know what you're doing and check that before you merge a PR. And the thing is, I won't do that. I won't do that for anybody's PRs. I want this to be automated and get myself back to writing my own code and not have to do that for every time a PR is open up on my project. So I bring this up. Shout out to the artifacts too as well, like actually having the report in line inside of my logs as well. It's just a beautiful experience. Speaking of beautiful experience in basketball, which you didn't ask about basketball, but I'll continue down this path. Court layups is a term that it was very prevalent when I was in high school playing basketball, where you have with basketball, it's a 5-on-5 team. All right. So a lot of times there could be one superstar, kind of like a Michael Jordan, and they might just be more of like a ball hog, which Michael Jordan by far is not one. Well, he doesn't play anymore, so he can't really hog anything. But what I'm getting at is this term of full court layups is like one person would take the ball in, check it in, and then they would drive the ball all the way to the other end of the hoop. And the best way I can explain this is NBA Jam. So NBA Jam is not real basketball, but it's basically that. You just take it in and you slam dunk at the other end. It's an amazing game, amazing sport. Definitely, if you want to go back to the world of nostalgia, play some NBA Jam for sure. But if I could better explain this as well, I do have a basketball court here. So if you are familiar with basketball, let me just break it down. It's kind of like soccer, except you use your hands. But you have a court, you have 2 hoops on each side, and the goal is to basically get the ball in the opponent's hoop. So this is what a full court layup is. And I bring this up because there's a thing that you can do, which you can optimize to actually score points. And I think this is really what it comes down to when I talk about developer automation. And hopefully this will hit home soon. But I read this book earlier, last year, and it was all about hooponomics and Moneyball. And if you've never heard of either, there are definitely books out there. I don't have time to really break down that entire book, but watch the Brad Pitt movie. But they applied statistics directly to the game of basketball. So they found out if you shoot the ball from this point on the court, you have a 31% chance of the ball going in. Well, if you know that, then you can go ahead and optimize all your plays to basically drive to that point of the court. So this is my 5-person team of basketball. This is where generally, if I were running a play, I tell the team that basically these are your points of the court to stand in. So go there, and then that way people know where you're at, and then we can optimize to get the ball to where number 2 is at. So I bring this up because in the documentary in The Last Dance, I learned something really interesting, which I wasn't even aware of, which is this thing called the triangle offense. So the triangle offense, basically, it breaks down the game in a way that you're always going to have a triangle. So if I'm standing in one point, to the left of me and to the right of me, there'll always be somebody there. And hopefully, based on the game, the chance that's one of those people will be open. So then I'm bringing this up because a lot of people think of Michael Jordan as like a superstar and a person who like to sort of transcended the game. And I think what really a lot of people miss is the amount of effort and practice he put into. There's actually a book called The Power of Habit, and understanding like the habit of, if you know every single situation, like you want to play towards area 31, you'll know that always look at that point. And when that point becomes open, that's when you take your shot or you shoot your shot. So I bring this up because I'm talking about actions and GitHub action interactions. And I love when I get to talk about like the GitHub API and the stuff that GitHub's been working on as a Beyonce advocate, developer advocate, is that GitHub is a bunch of primitives that sort of actions kind of combines and makes into one nice built feature. So some of the primitives that I leverage, and like these are sort of higher level primitives, but Probot and OctoKit. So OctoKit being the SDK for interacting with the API. This open source tool, definitely check it out if you've never heard of it. And then we have Probot, which is this sort of SDK to build GitHub apps. And what I love about this is when I was building lots of GitHub apps a couple years ago, is that my 0 to have something in production, the time it took was pretty low. Because all I had to know is what webhook I need to interact with. So in this example, I'm actually checking out the webhook for issues. And what I'm getting at is that I know there's going to be an interaction that I'm going to have, like whether it's reviewing pull request once a day, or if it's every time an issue is open, like check those. And I have even a better example coming up, which is GitHub script. So GitHub script is a combination of OctoKit and Probot combined into actions, which I love. It gives me the same sort of interactions I spent all that time on. And earlier this year, we had the GitHub Hackathon. The GitHub Hackathon is a project which was to encourage people to build GitHub actions, I think. I think you understand that, but I'm not thinking I know exactly what I'm talking about. Just trust me. But I bring this up because the GitHub Hackathon, we ended up powering a GitHub Actions Hackathon on the back of Actions. So the entire backend database was a GitHub repo, which I love doing. I have kind of a trend that I kind of focused on in doing that. But this is GitHub script. This is me actually doing the same thing I showed you in Probot previously and attaching that right into my YAML file. So I'm able to write JavaScript directly inside of a YAML to check to see if someone submitted a repo for approval. It then gets applied here. And then we have a bunch of actions that run checks to then like let us know if it should be featured on the homepage or if it should be pushed back and have them update it. And this is the way I did this is I actually had my mobile phone up and I would just apply a label to all PRs that were open to support this GitHub action hackathon. And it was beautiful because once I hit the feature tab or the featured label, they would just show up right on the homepage because we had all this the entire deployment process triggered with GitHub Actions. So it was a beautiful situation. And what I'm getting at is like I knew we wanted to have a process that we can, of a team of 3, we can actually power this entire Actions hackathon on the back of Actions in pull request. And we did that by just over optimizing for this area 31. So hopefully this is kind of hammering home and landing for y'all, but the focus is really find places where you can improve with GitHub Actions and then index for those. I bring this up because the number 23, which Jordan's number, 25 comes after 23, which is Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is actually, during The Last Dance in that documentary, he was Michael Jordan's teammate. And he was sort of like a sharpshooter. He was kind of like really focused on getting to a point and making sure 3 points were shot in, or the jump shot was positioned well for him. And I bring this up because Steve Kerr is now the coach of the Golden State Warriors. Golden State Warriors won the championship in, I believe, 2016, 2017, and 2018. I got those. I'm off by 1 year. It's 2015, 2016, 2018. But anyway, regardless, Steve Kerr actually coached an entire team to not only just optimize for Area 31, they optimized for a different place on the court. And it really was about the 3-point shot. Now, again, I don't have time to go into the whole hooponomics, but I do encourage you to hit me up in the discussions and we can talk. We can go back and forth. I'm also on BWO on Twitter. But on the court, the 3-point line is about 22 feet. In certain points, it's 23 feet, depending on what corner of the line you are. And what I'm getting at is that it's a harder shot, hypothetically. But if you think about the statistics, if I have 31% of the times I can have the shot go in at Area 31, that's going to be roughly 0.62 points. But if I have a percentage of how many 3-point shots will go in, it'll be 1.6 points. So what we noticed back in 2015, 2016, the numbers of NBA games, they all went up. It's because a lot of teams started attempting bigger 3-point shots. And I can really nerd out about this stuff and about like how different tools and DevOps can really just elevate the game to the point where we're no longer worrying about, whether or not we need to leverage, this type of CSS or that type of CSS. We can all transcend and start focusing on the next level. And that's what the 3-point shot did for the game a couple years ago, and it's still doing today. But I digress. I'm here to talk about get action traction and getting action traction. And I want to bring up one more example, which is all about Hacktoberfest. And Hacktoberfest was, it's an event that happens once a year, powered by DigitalOcean and a couple other sponsors as well. And the focus there is around encouraging people to contribute to open source. And I bring this up because the project that I work on is open source. And the project I mentioned before is open source. And I knew there was going to be an influx of contributions coming in. So I have a script to basically assign people to issues, because what I want to do is I want less friction when people say, hey, Brian, I want to work on this project. How can I get started? Or is this still being worked on? Right away, I just say, let's just assign you to the issue and then we'll chat. So the first thing I did is I wrote a script and I applied that to a GitHub action. And I actually took the script from Pandas. So Pandas actually will be in a panel tomorrow. The creator of Pandas will be in a panel tomorrow. But they have a script where they have a bunch of bash or a little bit of bash, a couple lines, and they apply that to a GitHub action. And I love this because I'm able to have anybody who comes into my project write a command called .take, and then assign themselves an action. And it was a beautiful, elegant experience to the point where I was like, hey, I should use this on all my repos. So I then took my action and then made it open source and then applied it. And it's in a repo called Take Action. And then now anybody can go into my repo and assign themselves to an issue, and then we can have a conversation. So as soon as you have assigned an issue, again, Area 31, I just know that you want to work on something. Let's get you assigned, and then let's have a conversation. And I ended up taking that and then adding a composite action. So taking that same bash, embedding it inside the YAML inside that repo, and now it's reusable for anybody on Marketplace. So I encourage you to check that out. And that's just one example. Again, I don't have time to go in all the examples, but just trying to really encourage you to take action and get action traction. And this is basically where I'm sort of applying it to my open source repo, where I'm only adding it just by pointing to my other repos as well. So again, all open source. definitely check it out. I didn't go into detail of all these actions as well because I do have a YouTube channel that's going to flex for a second. But I do go into and break down a lot of these concepts and how I implement them in my projects. So especially Take Action, it's like a 3-part YouTube series of how I leverage Docker and then eventually move to composite actions. So I encourage you to check that out, like and subscribe. Also, if you're watching this on GitHub's YouTube, like and subscribe there as well. And then sort of rounding the bases as well. If you're interested in finding other ways you can sort of over-index, optimize your plays, your structure, your DevOps automation, check out Sarah Drasner's repo, which is Awesome Actions. There's a lot of examples there that you can sort of just get your teeth in, get your hands clicking and copying and pasting, because I'm a big fan of copy and pasting. So definitely check that out. Also, shout out to the Learning Lab, lab.github.com. If you just want to build your first action, start there. Build your action and then apply, copy and pasted code from Stack Overflow or from my repos. And then, move on from there. And then finally, I just want to bring this up because I made a joke about Michael Jordan's baseball career. And I think this is kind of missed a lot in history because Michael Jordan, he played for the Farm League, for the Chicago White Sox. He played in Arizona and he played in Alabama. And then his career sort of ended abruptly and he went back to basketball. And the only reason he quit was he moved on is because the MLB actually, they went on strike. So he wasn't doing anything. So then he started playing basketball. Anyway, long story. What I'm getting at is that Michael Jordan was actually on the cusp of transcending the game of baseball. He brought that same level of creativity and excitement, enthusiasm to baseball. And just by applying the same practices to that sport. So definitely go back into history, rewatch all that stuff. Highly encourage that. But also take that same things that you can transition to your repos and open source those. Apply that to your stuff and, copy and paste if it's licensed. All right. So I'm B. Dougie, I'm Beyonce Advocate. And actually, I'm really curious if y'all have any questions for me.
Yeah, well, Brian, that was awesome. Thank you so much. And there's actually a ton of questions coming in. But before I dive into some of the ones in the discussions thread, we've got we have lots of recommendations and a whole entire thread on what different kinds of cheeses should go into your mac and cheese. And so I just wanted to call some of those out for you. If you ever find yourself making mac and cheese again, like maybe this holiday season, you're going to make some mac and cheese for your family. So their recommendations are Velveeta, mozzarella, some mature cheddar. And there is also another rule. We should check with Angie on this. Nothing stinky like blue cheese. That should not go in your mac and cheese. I happen to love a good mac and cheese. A good stinky cheese. I agree. What do you think, Brian?
Honestly, I don't know if I could do stinky cheese in my mac and cheese. I can do blue cheese like with wings, but it's like to a certain extent. I'm not a big smelly cheese type of person. So, but I'm excited to look at these all these examples and mac and cheese. But also, if we could start another thread on what type of cheese to put on pizza, I would appreciate that too as well. Because folks called me out on the pineapple pizza, and to each their own. But pineapple pizza, it's Hawaiian.
Yeah, and anything Hawaiian is amazing. There's the classic 4-cheese pizza. I wonder if people go beyond 4 cheeses, though. That'll be really good. We should definitely start a thread on that.
Insane.
Okay, so diving into some of these questions. First, can GitHub Actions be used beyond CI?
I 100% yes. Yeah, so GitHub Actions historically was actually started as an automation piece. It actually took those primitives and combined them. So like webhooks, authentication, access to the API, built in directly into your repo. So that way you can compute. The beauty of this is also, like some of my actions are actually written not only in Docker, they're written in Ruby, they're written in Python. I have an action in Go as well, just because why not? And so, yeah, you can do automation that's not just specifically CI. I've seen automation for people to connect to your Discord. I actually do have automation with my Discord. I have another automation, which I call Baybot, which actually connects GitHub to my Twitch live streams. And then every time someone stars a repo, one of my repos that I'm working on, it shows up on Twitch. And that's powered through GitHub Actions. So, folks, there's so much you can do. Like the GitHub Actions is really just sort of leveraging. It's a piece of development that you can leverage to get yourself back to writing code, but also automate the pieces that you don't want to do.
That's awesome. Yeah, we might as well leave it to the robots, right? So we've been talking a little bit yesterday and today, talking a little bit about like how people learn and digest information in many different ways. And GitHub helps us do this, through a whole bunch of different ways to collaborate. But then, even in like documentation, we're introducing a lot of new ways to learn different things. So actions is kind of similar. Like you can put your action together in code, but I'm curious, Brian, any plans, actually this was asked in the discussions, any plans on GitHub Actions visualization, similar to what Azure DevOps build services has?
Yeah, so as of yesterday, we added a new visualizer. So we have this team internally called the Action Experience team, and they shipped that. So shout out to them, Andy and team. So we have started the process of adding more visual changes. So when I deploy an action, actually, this was a highlight in the keynote by me. So when I deploy an action, you can sort of see the steps of seeing the process. So when and again, I didn't get a chance to get a screenshot before I submitted my slides, but when I deploy an action that touches the storybook component, it then triggers only if it's in that folder structure. And then I can see that sort of happen. So I have a divergent deployment structure where I deploy OpenSauce.pizza to production, but then the design.OpenSauce.pizza is my storybook components, and you can see that visualized inside my action logs.
Oh, that's really cool. So everybody check out the Actions Visualizer launched yesterday. So Brian, you mentioned Baybot, and I have a question about that too, but what is your favorite action?
Yeah. It's hard. It's like asking me which my favorite kid is, which my favorite kid is. Just kidding. No, my favorite action, I was really stoked when I found out about the Lighthouse action. Like being able to find out, so whenever I have a staging deployment on Netlify, I'm able to see all my stats for just that staging deployment. So previously I had to deploy to production, and then once it's deployed in production, I can start doing some regressions and testing and stuff like that, which is not a good practice. Like definitely test that in staging and QA that. But actually applying that directly to PR was just mind-blowing that someone took the time to figure out Netlify's API and GitHub's API and make those connect. So yeah, I think that would be hands down one of my favorites. I want to shout out the Psy though, one of the original actions, which is the Nicolas Cage action that took all your files and replaced it with pictures of Nicolas Cage. I'm a fan of Nicolas Cage. He puts out
yeah. Lots of Nick Cage photos going around. Yeah. So, Brian, my question about Bay. So, about your Beyonce action, that one's awesome. But what's your favorite Beyonce song? And you can't say Lemonade.
Can't say Lemonade. Well, I mean, it's hard to say. Again, it's like saying what's your favorite kid. I get pretty hyped to Run the World, which is kind of a mostly unknown song. Like you kind of heard it, but most people don't really go to it. But it's like, who run this world? Girls. Who run this world? Girls. I'm a big fan of that. So like, if you put me on stage for karaoke, please play that song, because that song is definitely, it gets me hype. Also, I got to mention Halo. Halo is pretty good too as well. It's like a nice ballad, get you, in the zone for writing code. So yeah, I'd say 2 favorite songs.
Nice. And I didn't know you had such a good singing voice. We're gonna have to hear that one later. I think you do have. There is maybe a ukulele I heard in the background. So maybe we'll get you singing.
Far away, I can't grab that.
And in our last couple of moments here, I just want to mention that the community found, and this is a direct, found your pop culture references, very direct quote, very illuminating for those of us who don't know anything about basketball. So really, really glad that you covered everything about basketball for those folks who maybe I'm dating Brian and myself because we both grew up with the Bulls, but folks who don't know much about Michael Jordan and basketball.
Correction, I grew up with the Magic. The Orlando Magic was my team. So shout out to Shaq. I only learned about Michael Jordan through this documentary, but also shout out to the NBA, which starts next week. So I know the Lakers won last year on the half season. we'll see who's going to win this season. And looking forward to shouting out NBA Twitter.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Brian. And hopefully you don't get lost in the green room again.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm not sure what happened.
So I think Brian won't be able to actually go into GitHub discussions, but there are a whole bunch of folks. I know our support team is in there. We've got Actions folks from our Actions product team in there answering your questions, and they probably know something about pizza too. I saw the pizza thread. People are recommending Canadian over Hawaiian, Brian. I don't know how you feel about that, but it's all happening over there in discussions. So thank you, Brian, for your talk. Now I'm going to hope that he comes back to hosting. Okay, welcome back, Brian. You made it out of the green room. That is so awesome. And just a reminder for folks, we have several different channels. And so you're in the developer track with me and Brian right now. We would love for you guys to hang out with us all day long and see these awesome talks about DevOps. But we do have other talks going on in some other channels. So we've got the enterprise channel, we have the university channel, and we have the play channel. And that channel is just for fun. So you can go and see people creative coding. You can listen to some really good music. It's all in there. And also feel free to pop around between all of these different channels, always, of course, landing back here with me and Brian, because, this is where the cool is. But pop around, check it out. I think we've got some really amazing programming all throughout the day. So Brian, you want to introduce our next session?
I do. And I'm actually looking forward to this too as well, because yesterday we had talked about what happens when you commit a secret, thanks to Sasha, and how to sort of backtrack from that. This talk's going to be about keeping secrets in your infrastructure pipeline, which is mind-blowing. I'm not really sure what that's all about, but our next speaker is going to be Rosemary Wong. And Rosemary is a developer advocate, which shout out to developer advocates at HashiCorp. And she also is an infra engineer and cloud explorer too as well, which, I want to know more about this. And this one more shout out for Rosemary. She's an aspiring apartment gardener too as well. So everybody keep an eye out for some plants. So remember to engage in discussions. Keep the thread going about the pizza for my thread. I want to jump in there soon. But Jekka ask questions for Rosemary during our talk, and then we'll come back and ask those questions for y'all to get answers. Also rate the session. So let us know how you're enjoying this. And without further ado, here's Rosemary.
Thanks for the introduction. Welcome to the jungle. I'm Rosemary Wong, and today I'm going to be talking about keeping secrets in your infrastructure pipeline. So before I even talk about keeping secrets, because keeping secrets really isn't all that fun, infrastructure pipelines are continuous integration pipelines for infrastructure as code. The idea is that when you run infrastructure as code, no matter what the tool you're using, you need a way to facilitate a deployment to production for any kind of infrastructure, whether that be cloud, data center, or even metrics. When you're using infrastructure as code, you tend to have a couple different steps in this kind of pipeline or workflow. The first is that you tend to unit test the configurations you have, make sure the configurations are what you expect them to be. You might security test them to make sure your configurations don't have something misconfigured. This could be an open security group rule. It could be a different network policy. Then you'll build and deploy this to some kind of production environment, and then you'll integration test that to make sure it functionally works. Today, we're talking about infrastructure as code using HashiCorp Terraform. HashiCorp Terraform is an open source project that you can use to deploy infrastructure to pretty much any provider that's supported, including but not limited to pizza. You can actually provision pizza using Terraform. Someone did write a plugin for that. So check out Terraform as an open source project. I've done a lot of these infrastructure pipelines before, And they usually follow this general approach, which is plan, security test, apply, and then check if everything is working. But there's kind of a problem when I use these pipelines. For example, sometimes I'll go back to pipelines and realize that some of the secrets I was using were actually about a year old, and I never touched them. The pipeline had continued running on its merry way, but I had never changed that set of secrets or that sensitive information. This is actually a view of my pipeline that I had not run for about a year, and it had some Azure credentials that were about a year old. So basically I was deploying to Azure, and I could continue to deploy to Azure with the same username, effectively username, passwords, and tokens that I had done for about a year. The other problem is that sometimes my security tests fail, or I'll review some pull requests and realize in horror that I committed the database password. In a previous session, you probably learned a little bit about how you can scan for secrets in your GitHub pipeline, GitHub Actions workflow. However, in this particular situation, I didn't catch it before I went to production. Instead, I sort of caught it when I had already done it. And actually recently, I printed out my database password in a pull request by accident. So either way, none of these scenarios are great. You know, either you have long-lived secrets or you accidentally printed out your password in plain text. So after this situation happens, I usually invoke Plan R. Plan R has a couple of steps to it. The first step is regret everything. Regret that you became an engineer, regret that you started to do DevOps and all of these things, regret that you started to learn infrastructure as code and dared to touch cloud infrastructure. So after you get over that step, the next step that you think about is revoking the password or the token that you were using. In the case of my long-lived credentials, I would revoke it, and then I would rotate it with a new one. So this happens with a number of sensitive sort of variables that you might have in your pipelines. The next thing you do is find all references. This could mean that your database password was referenced by multiple applications. It could mean that it was referenced by one or two other repositories. You don't know where it was referenced, but you have to find them. And the next is to replace. So basically steps 4 and 5 tend to relate to a Control F and Control R. That is our automation for referencing and replacing any instance of that sensitive variable that we've compromised. And then we rerun everything. The one time that I committed a database password and had to rotate it, I think it took 10 or 15 pipelines retriggering and running and basically redeploying. So Plan R is an extensive plan. Sometimes it can take 2 days, other times it can take 7 weeks. You never know what it will take. All right, so when I became a developer advocate, I started to think, is there a better way to do this? It turns out there is a better way to do this, and it's with another open source tool called HashiCorp Vault. HashiCorp Vault is going to handle a couple of different types of secrets. HashiCorp Vault will actually store and rotate service accounts. So these are things that log into an infrastructure provider. They'll store any kind of sensitive resource attribute that you need, including database passwords or certificates. And you can also have it generate some secrets for you. Actually, this subset of things is kind of the stuff that you would put in your pipeline. If you think about the secrets in your pipeline, they usually fall into one of these 3 buckets. So things that you need to log into an infrastructure provider, these are API tokens or service account keys. You also have resource attributes. These are database passwords or certificates. So you might pass an admin password to a resource to make sure you start up a database with the right login. And then you also have generated secrets. So these are things that the pipeline itself creates. These could be random passwords or tokens. We're only going to talk about the first 2, which is service accounts and resource attributes, because generating secrets tends to be an output. Securing output is a whole other talk. And so what we're going to do is focus on the first part of this talk, which is keeping your secrets indeed a secret as inputs. So when you use a secrets manager, what do you do and why do you bother using it? Well, a secrets manager actually takes away a couple of steps. The first thing is regret. You might push a password and regret that you pushed it in the first place, but you actually get the simplification of the revocation and the rotation of secrets with the secrets manager. So if you need to change the secret, it's no big deal. The next is actually the reference step. You still have to find pipelines that are referencing it. You still have to find applications that are referencing it. But at the end of the day, the bulk of the revocation and the rotation are handled by a secrets manager. And then you follow the rerun command. So sometimes you have to rerun it, other times you don't. Depends on what your automation supports. At the end of the day, you kind of remove the regret and the replace step for the most part. Vault, as a secrets manager, will handle that for you. And for the most part, you can go and use the new database password or service account without any other thoughts. All right, so the way that secrets get into a pipeline in the first place, specifically an infrastructure pipeline, is this process of secrets injection. The first step is to authenticate to said secrets manager. You can't just get a secret. You need to authenticate to your secrets manager first. And then the second step is to actually introduce the secret or get the secret from it. After that, you can pass it to your pipeline for usage. In the case of Vault, what we can do is consolidate these two steps. So we would first authenticate to Vault, and then we would get the secrets at a specific API path in the secrets manager, and we pass this through. The consolidation of these two steps actually is done by the Vault GitHub action. It's an open source GitHub action. You can use it in any of your pipelines. We also have a Terraform GitHub action. So you get to automate this end-to-end process and take away the pain of this workflow using GitHub Actions specifically. So today, we're actually going to look at this in action. It's going to get a little complicated, but I'm going to try to articulate some of the design elements in this particular demo. The first thing is that I have an infrastructure pipeline using GitHub Actions. So it's a repository that has some Terraform configuration in it, and I expect to deploy it to Amazon Web Services today. What I'll do is I'll tell this infrastructure pipeline to authenticate to Vault first. After it's authenticated to Vault, the GitHub action for Vault will retrieve the secrets that I want. So I'll tell it to retrieve a static secret with an admin token. The reason why I wanted a static secret for my database and not just a dynamic credential to start is that, well, my database doesn't actually exist yet. So I can't really create a database password and username without the database existing first. So I have to be deliberate about passing the admin password there. So I'll retrieve it, and then I'll retrieve the AWS credentials. So this two-step process will allow me to authenticate to Vault and ultimately get the secrets I need for my pipeline to run. The next step is to basically tell AWS, hey, I want to log in. And AWS will tell me, okay, here's a token. After I get that token, I can create that managed database. And after I've created that managed database, I can continue to configure Vault to basically get a set of read-only credentials for the application. Something important to understand about this workflow is that some of these things are over public internet. You can put everything over a private connection if you actually create self-hosted runners, or you put them in the same virtual peering connection, or you peer together with a virtual peering VPC with the peering connection between them. In the case of the Vault instance actually is privately connecting to the database. So the database itself doesn't have any public connection, but the Vault instance that I'm using is a managed Vault instance, and it is publicly available. So the GitHub action is actually connecting to my secrets manager over public. Again, you can configure this all private from a security standpoint, but for today's demo, I'll just demonstrate it over the public internet. All right, so this is the workflow at a very high level. Let's dig deeper into the code itself. I'm going to try to share my screen and hope that it is large enough for everyone. All right. Sure. All right. So, unfortunately, you will not have my view, my face on your view, unfortunately. But what I have is actually the code base. If you would like to see more of this code base, you can take a look on GitHub. It's at my handle there. So, the first thing we're going to actually take a look at is the workflow itself. This is actually really amazing to me because it's so simplistic. The first thing that I did was add the Vault GitHub action. The Vault GitHub action has a set of parameters that take in the URL of the Vault instance. For me, I use it as a GitHub secret, so the Vault address, role, and secret, as well as the namespace. And it will actually go and authenticate to Vault without me needing to do anything else. The next important thing that it will do is retrieve secrets from my Vault database or my Vault secrets engines. So Vault has a set of plugins that will rotate all of these kinds of secrets for you. You can enable them selectively. So I, for example, have enabled a static key value store. This stores my static database login and database password. I also enabled the AWS secrets engine. The AWS secrets engine will actually handle the rotation of AWS tokens and access keys and secret access keys, depending on how you configure it. I also have a token just to store my Terraform state. If you're familiar with Terraform, Terraform creates infrastructure and it needs to store the state of that infrastructure somewhere. So this is for me to securely store that state. If I actually examine this rough API path in Vault, the API path in Vault sort of looks like this. You have an AWS API path here, which is the infrastructure pipeline / AWS. I also have the AWS, the static section for specifically database passwords and usernames. All of this is available. All right, so what I've done is actually pre-stage the database. The reason why I pre-stage the database is that sometimes databases take a little bit of time to provision. The database is up and running already in AWS. What I'm going to do is actually configure the second part of this with a pull request. Using the Terraform GitHub action, I can plan the Terraform that I expect to use. So for example, this Terraform is going to configure Vault for me. It will actually add a new secret backend for my Postgres database that I've provisioned in AWS. When I actually run the plan, it will funnel this back to my pull request. So you can see all of the plan information. You can verify from a team standpoint. Sometimes you want to check if these connections are correct or if you maybe misconfigured something. Another neat, important feature that happened in Terraform 0.14, open source recently released, is actually the mark of sensitive variables. So it will actually redact certain sensitive variables if you mark them in sort of your Terraform configuration in the first place. So all of this is actually planning to put a new database secret engine, and basically this will handle the rotation of database passwords. So while this actually runs, I'm going to confirm and merge the request. All right. While that runs, I'll actually show the AWS portion. So remember I said that the pipeline has to connect to AWS. The important way that it connects to AWS is through the revocation and rotation of an STS token. This token for AWS only lives for about 30 minutes. And this is important to understand because I'm keeping it a secret through ephemerality. I'm not letting it stick around. So remember in my previous example, I put in 1 year for a secret and I never touched it. In this case, my secret only lasts for 30 minutes. I've run this pipeline about 4 times in the past hour, and the 3 times that I had run it already expired. So that's actually what you see when I list the leases, which is the passwords that have been generated for AWS. I just ran this, so I got 1 AWS credential on demand. The next time I run this, I'll get another AWS credential on demand. I tune the kind of configuration I want for the time to live of that secret. If I don't need that AWS credential for more than an hour, I don't need it for more than an hour. My recommendation is tune the credentials that you need for the amount of time based on how long your pipeline runs, right? In the case of infrastructure pipelines, some of them can be very long running. They can be like an hour because you're creating those resources. So make sure you give it enough time so that the pipeline can use the set of credentials properly. But in this case, I have a set of 1 credential because I've only run this pipeline once. You also notice that I've printed the Vault credential, Vault generation of database credentials, and it says there's no value. Basically, I haven't generated any database credentials yet. I'm using a static database password for the admin. I can always change that. All right, so let's see if this is done running. Hopefully it's done running. It's still running. All right, so this is done. In this GitHub Actions workflow, I've set up a couple steps. Again, importing the secrets. I verified to make sure that they've been injected into the pipeline. Remember, this is the AWS secret and the static database password. I'll also set up Terraform as well as format and initialize and apply everything. So now this is actually a database that I can run and try to log into. All right, So finally, the second portion of this, and I think the most interesting portion. Remember, the database password can be used by a lot of different applications. It can be used by many different people for even just verification, debugging, and tracking. What I can do is now create a database credential on demand. So if I am going to go and, let's say, log into this database read-only, I just want to have my application pull some information from it, I can actually request to Vault and say, hey, can you just give me a database credential? So that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a database credential. And hopefully I'm typing the right command because I didn't feel like copying and pasting today. All right. Let's do this. By the way, if you actually want to refer to more of this, you're welcome to go into this repository and try to run it on your own. It does configure Vault for you. And I did not get into exactly some of the Vault configurations. If you're actually doing this in your organization, you want a Vault administrator who has configured this for you, a good portion of this for you. So in this case, I have retrieved a read-only database credential. This is read-only by configuration. My Vault administrator, which is me, configured this to be read-only. And now we've got a Vault list. So when I list the credentials that I've generated, I only have one set of database credentials, which is really powerful. If I issue and try to get another set of database credentials, I'll actually see 2 database credentials issued. I did not print out the password, by the way. I was told do not print out passwords during live demos. This is a username, so don't fear. This is a username. It will get revoked in about 20 minutes. I've set the time to live for the database credential specifically to 20 minutes. And the database itself is not publicly accessible. So unless you can find the database and access it, there's not much you can do. But basically, the whole workflow that I've demonstrated here allows you to retrieve secrets on demand. No matter what kind of application you have, no matter what kind of information you're trying to store, the idea is that you can go to a secrets manager. The secrets manager will handle all of the steps you need in order to keep a secret, especially in a pipeline. There are a lot of deeper nuances to configuring some of this workflow, especially if you've got different methods and different databases. For example, in the high-level architecture that I have here, I'm using some specific authentication methods. You can use authentication methods to Vault for GitHub, for example. And you will have to configure that as part of your GitHub action, but all of it is open source and all of it is supported. So you're welcome to go dig into the documentation. And if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to reach out to me or any of the team at HashiCorp. Finally, next, please. All right. Finally, if you want to reference this pipeline, I'm putting the URL here for additional reference. And if you are curious, you want to take it and reverse engineer it and try to do it yourself. And the other thing is, like, if you have little knowledge on Vault or you're trying to get more familiar with Terraform and Vault, I'll have a list of references here as well as the session resources. Take a look at some of the links. We have tutorials. We also have guides on how you would configure this for your own workflow needs. Thank you, and I hope you learned how to keep your secrets and your infrastructure pipeline a secret.
So much, Rosemary. That was awesome. And so quick question. I think it looks like Brian is kind of dying to know this question. Do you name your plants?
I do name my plants because I can't keep track of any of them otherwise. So the one behind me right now is Fernando. There was a ponytail palm in the back that was named Antonio, and many of the other ones have other names as well.
That's awesome. Brian, what do you have there? Oh, Brian, I don't think that mic is working.
Because, oh, you know what? I had to turn it up. Yeah, so this is Carl. And he's a
Carl.
hybrid, but I'm not sure of what. Yeah, but actually, Rosemary, Carl does have a question, though. How does Terraform handle sensitive data if I pass a secret from the Vault?
Great question, Carl. It's a commonly asked question. So Terraform will actually mask that in output. So you can set a variable now that says, this is specifically a secret variable. Don't show it to anybody. So you can actually put sensitive equals true on the variable declaration, and Terraform will mask that. The secrets themselves for, let's say, providers don't get stored in state. So if you are using AWS and you want to deploy to AWS, the tokens and the access key, secret access key, don't get printed in Terraform state. However, the database password, which is what I actually showed, that database connection string, for example, or the database password might be printed in Terraform state, in which case you should encrypt Terraform state and make sure that you limit the access to the at least the state file itself for Terraform. But overall, Terraform does a fantastic job of picking and choosing which ones it can mask as much as possible. The only ones that might not be, at least might be more accessible, would be the ones that are stored in that state file.
Okay, excellent. And I think that's satisfactory for Carl. I just want to say I enjoyed your talk and the fact that you can provision pizza using Terraform as well. So I'm going to be looking into that just shortly after our break. Kath, do you want to take the next question?
Yeah, for sure. So Rosemary, how does this workflow apply to injecting secrets for applications?
Yeah, so applications are a little bit different, right? It depends on how you're running them. Sometimes you want to have the secrets injected through your application pipeline, but most of the time you're actually going to have some kind of configuration that you will never inject as part of the pipeline. So a good example of this, and I take this from the .NET space because I've been working on it recently, but in .NET Core, or if you're using ASP.NET Core, you're using app-settings.json. You wouldn't necessarily want to commit that app-settings.json with a connection string into GitHub, for example. So what you might do is use some kind of separate process. In the case of Vault, we actually offer something called Vault Agent. You can use a separate process to dynamically retrieve the credentials on demand when the application needs it. So it would actually kind of be co-hosted with the application itself. You can also write the application with a client library to make an API call back to Vault and say, hey, give me that credential on demand every time I restart or any time that I need it. And so most of the time, the pattern for applications in particular is more dynamic. In the case of infrastructure as code, because we are trying to in some ways shift some of the testing left, but also be more declarative in nature by the configuration, you would inject it more deliberately, so in the way that I demonstrated, rather than doing the application, which is actually more dynamic.
Okay, cool. So which secret engines are actually not supported with the Vault GitHub action?
So all of them are supported as long as your Vault instance has the secrets engine configured. It's because the connection itself, is all API driven. The only caveat that I will say for the Vault GitHub action is that it only uses GET requests. So if you have a Vault secrets engine that uses, let's say, a POST request to generate credentials or something, the Vault GitHub action will not work with that. You have to have a GET HTTP request specifically. So any secrets engine will work as long as it's configured on Vault and that endpoint uses a GET request.
Okay, cool. And just in our last couple seconds here, somebody's giving you a shout out. This is Hans00, and he says, it just so happens to be that their team was discussing secret management just this past week, and they already use Terraform to manage their infrastructure in AWS. So your talk was super timely to them, and they just want to say thank you, Rosemary. And I want to say thank you, Rosemary, as well. And I think that's all the time we have for questions from you. But Rosemary is actually going to be over in discussions answering more questions for everybody. So thank you so much, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, that was a great talk, great conversation, and thanks for the shout out from Carl too as well. So folks, you're on the dev track. This is our developer channel. We're talking all day about DevOps, and we've got the enterprise channel as well that's happening. So you can go ahead and scroll to the right and check and click the different channels. Reminder, make sure you mute the different channels. It does open up a new tab. And then we also have the university channel as well. And then of course, the play track. But Kath, we're going into a break. Do you want to tell us what's coming up next?
Yeah, for sure. You see it on the screen right there. We have got a, over the break, we have a performance VR and music videos, which I'll talk a little bit about more in a second. But we also, coming up on the dev track, we have how to make VS Code how we make VS Code in the open. I love this track. I learned a ton about it while we were kind of watching it in rehearsal. So I know you guys will too. We also have hands-on configuring multi-cloud Kubernetes with CI/CD workflow with GitHub Actions. And then also coming up on the enterprise track, they are also they're merging with this break performance. And so folks are going to be able to see everything that's going on in the play channel, but they're also going to be talking about how GitHub uses GitHub to plan and track work. Super fascinating. And then continuous delivery, continuing with the GitHub Actions theme. And don't forget, we have workshops coming up on Friday. This is an excellent time to get your questions answered. Pair with somebody from the GitHub team. So go to GitHub Universe/actions right there on the screen, and you'll be able to get those questions and that hands-on time with our GitHub experts from professional services, from support, from the product team, everywhere. So our break, we are going to go and merge with the play channel, and we're going to hear some really awesome stuff from DJ Michelle Brown. So she is an Australian new media VR artist, and this is going to be a compilation of some of her favorite work. She utilizes digital technologies to experiment with visual storytelling, to transform subjects and reshape the perception of space itself. This is really fascinating stuff. And she's inviting the viewers to visualize alternative realities while this is happening. So let's actually go over and merge with the play track and listen to Michelle. Take it away.
Wow, and we're back. That was an excellent session. That visual DJ, the art. Actually, I think I can won't be able to hear with these on, so I'm gonna take these off. But folks, if you're flipping from, that was the play track we just saw. If you're flipping from back and forth between different channels, be sure to unmute and mute because you know the tab stuff. We know Chrome has got a lot of power, but you want to make sure you mute those different tabs as we're progressing through the sessions. But I just want to actually. It sounds like actually Kyle's actually going to jump in and give us a little stinger for his highlight show for. Yeah, so let's just take it away to Kyle.
Hey, Kath and Brian. Hope the two of you are having a great second day of Universe. I wanted to invite you two and your very energetic audience to join me at the GitHub Universe Highlight Show today at 1:15 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be covering the highlights from GitHub COO Erica Brescia's featured session this morning, as well as the highlights from all of the excellent talks, both in your channel and the Enterprise channel. And we have some videos from you, members of the GitHub community, on what all of this means for you. So tune in today at 1:15 p.m. Pacific, and until then, enjoy your time with Kath and Brian. Kath, Brian, back to you.
Man, Kyle is
Wow,
just
thanks,
making the rounds today.
Yeah, for sure. He's like, he might just be showing up on every channel. But yeah, reminder, definitely check out Kyle's session after the DJ set later. But yeah, also shout out, if you like that DJ that we just saw with Michelle, check out the play channel that's happening right now. They're going to continue throughout the entire day. Keep that tab open. The music's going to keep bumping. I hear it slaps. And also, if you want to find yourself on a Twitter feed on this session, on this track, as well as Kyle's highlights, make sure to go to Twitter, actually, and mention GitHub, as well as hashtag GitHub Universe. And I think we have some tweets that, actually, Kath, do you want to go ahead and share some of the tweets that have been shared already?
Yeah, we have some. So we've got RantSH, who is saying, not missing 1 second of GitHub Universe in the developer channel, hashtag DevOps. That's right. Today is all about DevOps, and we're so glad that you are not missing a second. And hopefully we're living up to your expectations, RantSH or Ranch. And we also have another one from Sarah Mokeef. And this one is, she's saying, we can't decide which talk to watch during GitHub Universe. You know, if you can't decide which talk to, I have that problem too. I'm hanging out in the developer channel all day long. I want to go around and bounce around to these other channels. But what's awesome, Sarah, is that we have all of these videos are coming at you on demand. So you actually don't have to skip any. You can watch things that you want to watch live, and then you can actually go in and watch things on demand too. So if you haven't tweeted at us yet, tweet at us at GitHub, use that hashtag GitHub Universe, and you might be featured in the highlight show. You might be featured right now on our show on the dev channel. So keep them coming. So Brent, I think I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna just intro our next session. Yeah, I'm on a roll. So we have our next session, which is actually how we make VS Code in the open. And this is so cool. We have a couple of different open source projects at GitHub. So I love learning from other open source maintainers about how they do this. And we have two speakers, Alex and Ben. And Alex is a software engineer at Microsoft, and she comes to us from Zurich, Switzerland. And Ben Pizzaro, he is a software engineer also at Microsoft, also based in Zurich. And Ben works to ensure VS Code integrates across all different platforms. And so remember to engage with them on discussions. You know, speaking of, I saw a whole thread about ice cream flavors, and ice cream just happens to be my kryptonite. So there were, you know, like Brian loves his Rocky Road. I really love mint chocolate chip, but there are all different kinds of ice cream flavors that people are talking about, especially now during the holidays. There's like pumpkin, there's all kinds of spiced ice creams. So check that out. Let us know what your favorite ice creams are, but engage with us on discussions and ask questions for Alex and Ben. Don't forget to rate this session too. You can do that by finding the yellow star. This helps us with all of our programming. There it is right there, and helps us with our programming in the future. So I'm going to pass it over all the way to Zurich, Switzerland to Alex and Ben.
Thank you for that intro. Hi, I'm Alex. My co-presenter here is Ben.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us.
And we're both software engineers for VS Code, joining you from Zurich. Today, we're going to talk to you about how we build VS Code in the open. We'll take you through some of the principles we try to stick to make VS Code a successful open source project. And during GitHub Universe, you can join our Discord and you might get some VS Code stickers at aka.ms/open-source-discord. We're also going to have an AMA on VS Code at Microsoft Reactor if you want to learn more after this session. First, let me introduce you to how the team is set up. We have 2 physical sites, one in Zurich and the other in Redmond, Washington at Microsoft's main location. We also have several remote members in the US, and of course, even our physical sites now are more distributed. There are 25 engineers, 6 PMs, 2 doc writers, 1 designer, 1 person in marketing, 1 UX researcher. All of these team members are spread across the VS Code associated projects, which include VS Code, our components like the Monaco editor, our collaborations with Electron and Xterm.js, and many extensions. With that team, VS Code has been one of the top projects on GitHub by number of contributors since 2016. Because of this, we tend to get a lot of love on Twitter, like this very kind tweet. @Code has to be the highest quality open source project I've ever seen. Whoever does their changelogs and community management deserves a raise. This really is a very nice compliment to the whole team because it is the entire team that contributes to changelogs and community management. This snapshot of our issues page in our repo was taken in mid-November, and you can see how engaged folks are with the project. The outlines in red are the work that we do, incoming issues, discussions and issues, but in the green, you can see that we also get a lot of love. Lots of people watching, starring, and forking our repo. In addition to being active on GitHub, we have a Gitter for accessibility discussion, which our team actively participates in. And of course, one way the community gets involved is by creating extensions. For extension authors, we have a monthly extension author call where they can have a voice too. The team's work doesn't only happen in the VS Code repository though. All of these other repos are run by us and contribute to VS Code. Included here are the debug extensions, the Monaco editor, the language server protocol, debug adapter protocol documentation, samples, and much more. To keep all of these projects running smoothly, we try to follow these open source principles. 0 distance, automate almost everything, monthly, get feedback early, and share recurring duties. Now I will hand it over to Ben to talk about the first of our principles.
Thank you, Alex. So 0 distance is the first principle I want to talk a little bit more in detail about. And what this is really about is that we are trying to engage with our users firsthand, we as a development team. So when you are engaging with us on GitHub issues, for example, you will talk to developers directly. There's no level 1 support involved. So for that, we keep, for example, our roadmap and iteration plans and endgames plans all public in the GitHub issue tracker. So you're free to see it there, engage, even ask questions, and we're happy to comment on them. Besides that, we try to be very active on our social channels. We maintain a fairly popular Twitter account @Code, but also Stack Overflow or Hacker News, Reddit, and even on the chat rooms we maintain. Whenever there's a new release, we try to watch for feedback and engage there as well directly if we see that there are any issues with a new release. But our main source of feedback is GitHub issues, where I think we count 2,000 to 3,000 issues per month, which is quite a bit. And in this talk, we will focus specifically on how we manage these issues. So you might find some advice here how to do that. We have an inbox tracker, which is a role that we will explain a little bit later to manage these issues, and as well as some bots. As you can imagine, we get lots of customer emotions. I mean, like upvotes in popular issues. And some of the feature requests that we implemented over the years are a result of these upvotes. For example, tabs, multi-root folders, or even customizable icons are all coming from there because we didn't have them in the beginning. We also get lots of pull requests. So that's another task we do daily. We look at the incoming pull requests and try to merge them in a timely manner. And you might have already seen that we call out on these pull requests in our thank you section. And I want to emphasize that you can actually have a wiki page on our GitHub repository, how to contribute to VS Code. And that clearly explains to you how easy it is to do these pull requests. So I encourage you to do that. Let's look into the flow for a feature request, how that can actually go when you file one. So the first thing that will happen is that we receive a feature request, and this is probably most of the issues that we receive. And the first task is to assign someone from the development team to the issue. This can either be the inbox tracker or a bot based on some machine learning and the content. We actually know which developer is most likely to be the assignee. And then the first task of the owner is to assign a feature area label. And that is really a way to categorize these issues and later find them easier. And then there's a decision to be made if the issue should move to the backlog or to backlog candidates. And that is an iteration that we're maintaining on GitHub, where we say everything that is on backlog is something that we do accept and eventually commit to. It doesn't really say when we're doing it, but it's a good sign that we're interested in implementing the feature. But if the developer moves it to backlog candidates, then it's a sign that we are not yet sure if we want to do it. We are waiting for more feedback. And specifically, we want some upvotes here to get community interest in the feature. And when we have these 20 upvotes, we accept the issue automatically. The bot moves it to the backlog. But after 60 days, the bot will actually close the issue. And this whole flow is meant to really filter out those feature requests that really there's lots of interest in and that we should do from the ones which maybe have less interest. So if you are wanting to have a feature in VS Code, I recommend you to look at these upvotes and add your vote as well. So in the next slide, I want to quickly look into a special iteration that we are doing every year. Because we have been doing it just now. It's our housekeeping iteration. And the idea here is that once per year, we are really trying to get our issue number down by focusing on this for 1 month. And typically our magical number for starting this is if we have above 5,000 issues. And you can see here, we just did that in October and November. We are getting down from 5,000 to around 4,000 issues. And we do that by looking for obsolete issues. Some of them are fixed. Some of them will be marked as obsolete or out of scope. So really trying aggressively to work on them. And one result of this is that, for example, in this December iteration that we're about to ship, you will see many feature requests fixed that maybe are a bit older simply because we had time to look at it. And this chart here is done by Benjamin Lennon, shouting out here to his website. He's not part of the team, but actually a community member that was willing to do this website where you basically can see an overview of our issues each day. So I know last time we did this, I think the website was breaking down from the traffic. I really hope that today that's not the case. So give it back to you, Alex.
Thank you, Ben. Our second principle is to automate as much as we possibly can and use tools wherever possible to keep manual processes low. We have a CI pipeline that runs regularly so we can catch build and test failures as they happen. And on the right, you can see our pull request CI checks, which help us focus only on PRs that we could accept. We do use ESLint rules to enforce our code layering structure. So you can't push code that creates a dependency that is permitted. While we don't have a unified code style, we do still use custom hygiene checks and Git commit hooks to maintain a standard across the code base. Our unit tests can be run against VS Code and browser-based VS Code, and it runs in the browser using Playwright. When we're ready to ship, we have a set of automated smoke tests, which replaced original manual smoke tests, and they are just a good sanity check for us. At the top of this page, you can see the header for our internal tools. We use these internal tools to help run our monthly endgame. These tools assign and load balance testing so that tests are evenly distributed and no one feels like they're stuck doing a majority of the testing. These tools also help us make sure we don't miss any community members who contributed a pull request when we write the acknowledgement section of our release notes. Below that is our internal builds page. Here we can view builds for different qualities. This one is showing a item. We can also view builds for stable and for our exploration build. You can download builds from here. That's what all those icons are. And you can see there are some icons missing in various rows. The build didn't finish there for whatever reason. We can filter by commit, filter by release. And then on the right, there are those checkboxes for releasing a build and for freezing a build. So if we put out a build that has a problem significant enough that we don't want further people to be able to download it, we'll freeze it. Since issues go directly to us, part of reducing manual process is giving users the tools to report more meaningful issues. To help with this, we have a built-in issue reporter in VS Code that collects some essential info. If we need further information, I ask users to use our CLI, which provides troubleshooting options, or provide logging, or look at the dev tools. We often get issues that can be traced back to specific extensions and aren't caused by VS Code itself. To assist with finding these extensions, we have a new feature, an extension bisect, which works like git bisect and will disable extensions in a binary search to help you find the source of an issue. One part of our automation that you may have had personal experience with on GitHub is our triage bot. Our triage bot uses machine learning to determine who an issue should be assigned to based on which feature area the issue is about. The bot will suggest duplicate issues and uses GitHub Actions to respond to key label changes and comment contents. One example of this is the needs more info flow, which is shown here. When we get an issue that isn't actionable in its current state because of missing information, like maybe the build number, we can add the needs more info label. This will trigger the bot to add a comment that asks for basic info. And if further information isn't provided, then the bot will close the issue for us after 10 days. One of the most hands-off actions that our issues bot does is respond to incoming issues that aren't in English. Since you're talking directly to us when you create an issue, and since English is the primary language of the team, we require issues to be in English before we start working on them. When an issue comes in that isn't in English, the bot will respond in the original language and ask for translation. At that point, a community member might jump in and provide the translation. Ben, I'll hand it back to you for some more principles.
Thank you. Our next principle is involve the community. And what we mean by that is that we are really trying to get some of our community members that are very active to help out on our issue tracking. And you can see here John Murray, who is one of these top community members that has some special rights here to trigger an action with our bot by confirming an issue. So in this case, an issue came in and we maybe didn't have time to look into it yet. And he was already confirming it with some steps how to reproduce. And then the bot adds this label. And that is incredibly useful for us to distill these issues because we know they have been confirmed and we don't have to try to reproduce it. Another example in the next slide is something that Joe has been started here from our team. It's the author verification requested label, which triggers quite a bit of activity, as you can see on the issue. And the idea here is that once an issue is closed and was fixed by a developer, we want the author to verify the issue. And we actually have a process that says every end game, every end of an iteration, we verify every issue we fixed because we believe that's the only way to really know that an issue has been addressed properly. And ideally, it's someone else verifying that issue, not the one that closed it. But here with this bot, we can actually trigger an action that asks the user to verify the issue once an insider's build is out. And an insider's build is a nightly version of VS Code that always includes the changes from the last day. And this bot is actually smart enough to track once the insiders is released and then ask the user to verify it following these steps. And in the end, the user can set this verified label and we have the whole end-to-end experience here without a developer having to work on it at all. Back to you, Alex.
Thank you. Our next principle is to ship monthly. And that involves shipping predictably and with high quality. To do this, we operate on 4 to 5 week cycles. During the first week of each iteration, we take the time to reduce debt, work on tools, and plan the rest of the iteration. Team members use their discretion to determine which debt should be worked on or what tool improvements should be made. is Debt Week, and it's one of the reasons that the codebase is still in such good condition after 9 years of work. The next couple weeks of the iteration are used to execute on the plan that was made during the first week. Team members usually have ownership over a whole feature area, which prevents one person from getting blocked on another's work and allows for a lot of autonomy over feature decisions. As we complete features, we demo them during our daily team stand-up. During this time, we meet weekly as a team to see how the plan is progressing. In the last week of an iteration, we have Endgame. During Endgame, everyone stops working on features and we all focus on getting ready to ship. Once we've shipped, we watch for new issues and make a recovery release during the following iteration if needed. Recovery releases are small patches to fix important new issues after a release. An issue meets the bar for recovery if it's a regression, if it's breaking a feature, or if we know we will get lots of duplicate reports if we don't fix it quickly. Endgame involves all of the steps we need to do to make sure we're ready to ship. It's run by the Endgame champion and Endgame buddy. During Endgame, everyone writes test plans, everyone tests, everyone fixes, and everyone writes documentation. And yes, this means that the devs write the docs. There's an edit pass from a doc writer, but the docs were written by us. The Endgame champion is supported by tools, but the role is still manual. The first step for any Endgame champion is to use the template to create an issue for the Endgame plan, which you can see our Endgame plan from October here. The Endgame champion is responsible for and for following the plan. Many users love our release notes, and we do work hard to make sure they're worth loving. During Endgame, we use our weekly team-wide meeting to read through the release notes and make sure they're comprehensive, useful, and full of gifts. And I will hand it back to Ben for our last two principles.
Yeah, here we go. So this one is a very important one to me personally. Always get feedback early on. And what that really means is that we are maintaining an insiders channel besides the stable channel that you probably all heard of. The insider channel is nightly updated with around 50,000 users by now. And what this means is that you can try out the changes from the previous day right on the next day. And more importantly, since the VS Code development team, all of us, we are using insiders, you can be sure that this version is actually good enough to use every day, because otherwise we couldn't work on VS Code itself. So to make sure to give that version a try and give us feedback earlier than the stable channel that is updated only monthly. We also have extensions shipping insiders versions. For example, the pull request extension or the JS debug extension. You can install them and try them out to benefit from features. And I should also say you can install insiders and stable side by side, and for example, use settings synchronization to sync your extensions and settings over from both and use them at the same time, which I find actually quite nice. Less known is the exploration channel. Has around 100 users. We don't really advertise this. It's mainly used for Electron updates. Electron is the framework we use to ship cross-platform, and since it is a larger component, we try to still get some feedback, but maybe don't push it to insiders because there are just too many users there. So let's look at the last principle that we have, which is share recurring duties. We actually already talked about lots of these duties that we have in the team, and we are trying to share these duties across the team so that not a single person has to do them all the time. The inbox tracker is a weekly assignment that we round robin between Zurich and Redmond. And as you already heard, is supported by bots and GitHub actions. And I should say that all the bots we talked about are actually open source. So feel free to look at those repositories and actually use them for yourself. There's a build champion role. That's the same person as the inbox tracker. That's the person that has to make sure that our insider builds are released every day and are fine. And then we have the endgame champion that runs the endgame. It's a monthly assignment. And it's quite a job, I would say, because you have to run the endgame show for a week. But you are assisted by the endgame buddy in the other time zone. And that is typically the endgame champion of the last iteration to hand it over. So I think we reached the end of the presentation. I would like to shout out our GitHub URL, Microsoft/VS Code on GitHub, to really exercise this for yourself. Look at our issues, look at our wiki pages, our roadmap, and engage with us. So happy to get some questions now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that conversation, the talk. It was nice to hear the experience of how you folks are working out there in Zurich across the world with other contributors. Also, just want to shout out, folks are shouting out to Zurich in the discussion. So M2 Web is actually shouting out from Kentucky and saying, hello, Zurich. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Reminder, folks, let us know where you're watching from on GitHub's Twitter account. But I mentioned that because I want to ask a question about how do you go about handling the translations of the product to different languages? Is that something that you have thought of?
Yeah, so I can take that question. So we used to use a community-driven localization effort that we are currently put on pause, but we are building a new platform where we are trying to involve the community. But the cool thing is that we are actually allowing extensions to provide these translations. So everyone is free to do such an extension and bring a new language in. And we are also using GitHub issues to manage these translations. So if there is anything wrong in any language, feel free to fire up an issue against us and we will get it fixed.
Excellent. Yeah, and I know Kath has been working with lots of translations and open sourcing the docs. So Kath, why don't you take the next question?
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned extensions, and I actually have I have an extension for the editor that I use, which is Atom. It's actually, if you see these are earrings. These are little beaded earrings down here, and I actually created, like, I'm super crafty. I talked about my knitting hack project yesterday, and today I'm going to talk about my earring hack project today. These earrings are really easy to make, but you have to design all of them. So I have this plugin with Atom called Atom Crafts. You can find it on my GitHub profile that actually lets me design things. And so that's like super specific to my use case. And I'm wondering, like if I wanted to switch over to VS Code and test that out, and I have done this in the past, but I'm curious what you guys think about other Atom users out there who want to test out VS Code. How can they customize VS Code if they want to?
Alex, you want to
I can take this one. Yeah. Well, there are a lot of extensions, and it's very easy to get started with making your own extension if what you want isn't available out there. But there are quite a lot. So definitely in the extension marketplace. And if you don't find it, you have a couple different ways that you can create an extension. We have a Yeoman generator to get you started. You can use TypeScript, you can use JavaScript. There are options.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and you even mentioned the one for translations, which I think is super cool. If you don't have, if you want to translate into your own language, you can get started that way too. So Brian, there's a couple more questions on here. You want to take the next one?
Yep. Excellent. And I'm a big fan of Yeoman. I'm actually the original Yeoman, BWYO on Twitter. But you mentioned extensions. I'm sorry, that joke really fell flat. You mentioned extensions, and I'm curious of how you decide like what extensions end up making it to the proper VS Code.
I could take that one too. So we try to ask ourselves, who's going to use the feature that this provides? Is it going to be a lot of people? Is it going to be a very specific subset of users, perhaps only a specific language? Do we have a feature set that surrounds this kind of idea already? If it fits into a large group of users flow, or if it really fits with another set of features we have, then yeah, we'll strongly consider putting it in core VS Code. But if it's something that a more limited group will use or is very niche, then it belongs better in an extension, because we don't want to fill VS Code up with a lot of stuff that isn't going to be used by enough people.
Excellent. That's a good thought process too as well. And yeah, VS Code's a super powerful IDE as well, and lots of users. But Alex and Ben, thank you so much for your talk. Folks, Alex and Ben will be in the discussions for the next 30 minutes. So if you have more questions, definitely hit them up there. And Alex and Ben, enjoy your time in Zurich.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, we are just moving right along. And I want to mention, if you haven't had a chance yet, and I know a lot of you have, because I have seen them on Twitter, you can go and create your custom Octocat. And so you can do that at myoctocat.com or myoctocat.com or myoctocat.dev. Let's get it right. So please, if you go and you create your own Octocat, I created mine with myoctocat.dev, put some flashy disco balls in the background. You can do the same thing and share it with us on Twitter. Use that hashtag GitHub Universe, and we would love to see those. And you can get this actually printed on any swag that you want. And so the swag is actually selling out. You can get it on a sweatshirt. You can get it on, I've got this cool water bottle here. You can get your Octocat printed on a whole bunch of different stuff, or if you want a sticker or anything like that. So check it out for sure. And Brian, we are really just chugging along on day 2, aren't we? So we've got our next session, and I think they're getting ready to go. Do you want to introduce them?
Yeah, for sure. And I just wanted to shout out that I tweeted out my Octocat. So check me out on the original Yo Man on Twitter, BDougieYo. And I'm going to keep bringing that up. But I'm going to introduce our next session, which is hands-on configuring multi-cloud with Kubernetes and the CI/CD workflow with GitHub Actions. Now, I'm out of breath because that was a lot of buzzwords, but this is a buzzing talk, and I highly recommend you stick around on the dev channel to watch this. So Atul Malavia is Director of Product Management at GitHub, and Atul has his GitHub handle is actually inspired from a book he read as a youngster. His handle is A Zoo in My Luggage. So I'm actually intrigued to hear more about that story. But folks, if you want to hear about that story and everything else, we'll have discussions open during the talk. So ask your questions during Atul's talk, and we'll come back with more, we'll come back with answers. Also a reminder, rate the session. So if you're enjoying yourself, definitely head over and rate the session, find the gold star. And with that being said, let's welcome Atul.
Thanks for the introduction. Actually, I'll recommend another book with the same author. It's called My Family and Other Animals. I highly recommend that as well. And my handle is the same on both Twitter and GitHub. So I'll love to actually connect with folks on GitHub Actions, Cloud Deployment, Kubernetes, on both Twitter as well as GitHub. So now, coming back to our topic today, right? A lot of buzzwords. I'll try to keep it simple and make it easy to understand. I'll try my best, but yeah, Kubernetes is a tough topic to handle. So now, onto the topic, right? I mean, if you read the GitHub Actions standard definition, if I can say so, it helps you automate your workflow, right? It automates your workflow from idea to production. So this is exactly what I plan to walk you through today in the context of a containerized app, right? Which is getting deployed to multiple clouds. So let's move on to the next slide, right? Multi-cloud. Now, Actions has been around in its current form for more than a year. GitHub Actions is great for continuous integration, and in this universe, you would have seen some announcements around addition of features like environment and approvals, right, which makes it a great fit for continuous delivery as well. And on the same note, right, I mean, containers and Kubernetes have gained tremendous momentum. A lot of enterprises are looking at containers and Kubernetes for their multi-cloud strategy, and that's because Kubernetes helps solve the most pressing pain points when you're actually designing a multi-cloud architecture. One of the primary reasons it does so, Kubernetes solves some of these multi-cloud problems, is because it's in standard, right? When you're using Kubernetes, you may be using it in Azure, you may be using it in AWS or Google or DigitalOcean. You're actually dealing with the same standard set of concepts, which do not change from one cloud to another, right? But as with any rapidly growing technology, right? I mean, it's evolving at a fast pace, right? You have new tools and new ways of doing things that are being invented or experimented with on almost a daily basis, right? And when you're thrown so many new concepts and tools and best practices, it's very easy to adopt some of them, which may not work for your multi-cloud strategy. So here is the good news, right? And that's why this talk, right? around Kubernetes, we have seen the evolution of multiple other standards, like, for example, image builders. You have Open Container Initiative, you have Open Policy Agents, Service Mesh interfaces. And this gives me hope, right? As long as you stick to these standards, just like Kubernetes is a standard, as long as you stick to these standards around Kubernetes, your multi-cloud deployment, multi-cloud strategy will just work, right? So in this talk, I'm going to talk about some of these standards, some of these best practices that exist today, that you can leverage today in your organization. And these are actually contributed by community as well as some of our partner enterprises in the marketplace. So these are all available today for your consumption, right? So with that said, let's get started, right? What are we going to cover? We are going to actually cover end-to-end. We'll start from continuous integration, and then we'll see how you can actually shift left for security, for policy. And then we will look at how you can do Kubernetes multi-cloud deployments with traceability, with complete end-to-end traceability, with best practices like safe deployment and policy, right? Policy shift left, everything, right? So end-to-end. I may skip some of these, like I may fast forward 1 or 2 slides on policy and security because this will become a very dense talk, but I've left them in the presentation for your future reference because I think those are very important, right? And then we can talk about these after the talk, either in Q&A or later on Twitter email issues, right? Now, moving on to the first topic, right? Container CI, right? When you talk about continuous integration, you first think of like how you do a image build and how you push it to a container registry, right? And that's where all the first level documentation or labs or talks end, right? But I want to go a bit more deeper. I want to touch base on like 4 key points. One is how you can do faster build, right? But because when you're doing multi-cloud deployment, you're deploying to multiple clouds, you want to do build all the time. And that's where I think having faster build matters. Then how can you actually build once and deploy multiple times, right? And you don't want to build again and again every time you're deploying to a particular environment, right? You want to build once, and that's the key value prop of image, right? You build it once and then it just runs everywhere. And then you have traceability. When you're deploying to multiple clouds, you're going from GKE to AWS, you're touching multiple registries. How can you actually trace a deployment from a pod running inside, let's say, a Google Kubernetes engine back to a commit in GitHub? How can you do that for all the clouds when you're doing that? And the fourth one, and the very important one, is security. What are you doing today to make sure your multi-cloud deployments are secure, right? So I may just add a disclaimer here, like some of these are true even for single cloud deployment, but become even more crucial when you're going multi-cloud. So let's look at these one by one, right? I mean, this slide is especially about image, how can do faster build. You should definitely look at BuildKit as your image builder. There are multiple options available, as with anything with container and Kubernetes. You have one from Docker, you have Podman, you have Pouch, you have IMG, right? But I think BuildKit has clearly taken the lead, and it is because it offers faster builds, right? One is it offers parallel execution, like different layers of your image can now be built in parallel instead of being built in sequence, right? So I think you should definitely look at it. BuildKit also offers cache efficiencies, which we'll look at in the next slide in a moment. And you can actually try BuildKit today. You should actually just look at the action that has been contributed by Docker in our marketplace. You can use the Docker CLI extension, which is called BuildX, to actually use BuildKit for your faster image builds, right? So give it a try. It's available today. Now, the next slide is about, again, BuildKit. If you're using BuildKit, as I said, you can actually take advantage of action caching, right? To make your workflows faster and more efficient, you can create and use action caches, where you can actually cache dependencies and other commonly reused files. Now, with BuildKit, if you're using BuildKit, you have an option to use action cache even for container builds and make them faster. I have given one example. Again, this example is like where I'm using a combination of Docker Docker action that is available in the marketplace along with the action caches, but you can also try other options. But I think this, if you are trying to get started on this, you should do this. You should try this combination. It will just work out well for you. Now, with this behind, let's move on to another very important topic, which is traceability, right? With faster builds behind us, let's focus on how you can get great traceability when you are doing container CI and CD, right? When you're deploying to multiple clouds, again, how you can trace a deployment from a pod in GKE back to a commit in GitHub is super important, right? And that's where I think there's a chance for you to evaluate how you're using labels and tags. Especially labels are not talked about often enough, right? They are your friend because they can carry your metadata, your traceability metadata. If used correctly, they're great for traceability, so you should start using them. You can embed information like which commit triggered the workflow, which workflow run created these images, and then when you're troubleshooting or a bug or an issue, this information will come super handy, right? It will help you quickly trace back to the commit by doing a quick Docker inspect, for example, right? Tags are great too, but often they are talked about a lot. So, but even then, you need to set up a process and common understanding on how images will be tagged, right? For example, apart from tagging the image with what like commonly a workflow run ID or a SHA or a tag, commit tag, you can actually add other tags like schedule or what environment the image is approved to be deployed to. For example, if you have approved the environment to be deployed to, let's say, Azure or Google, you can add those tags. So these are just examples. Based on your scenario, you need to come up with how your tagging strategy will work. But apart from tagging, you should definitely look at how you can use labels to carry the traceability metadata. Now, for the multi-cloud setup, this helps you build images once and deploy to multiple targets and still have great traceability. As I said earlier, when you're doing multi-cloud deployment, you will be touching multiple registries and multiple clusters. And even then, if your image is carrying the metadata around traceability from CI/CD tools to from your repo, it will help you a great deal with troubleshooting and debugging, right? Now we'll revisit the topic once more in the context of Kubernetes in a moment. In the marketplace, try the Docker meta action. It's a community contribution, and it just makes it really easy for you to actually embed traceability information and use tags along with GitHub action workflows. Now also look at Open Container Initiative image format specification around tags and labels, and use that to add traceability data. OCI is an Open Container Initiative. Again, like OCI is an important standard, and already registries like Azure, AWS, GitHub, DigitalOcean are already OCI compliant. So do look at that. Do look at their image format specification and adopt that. That will help you with traceability. Now, coming to the next slide, right? We have container images, right? I mean, we look at them in like when we are doing container CI, we are looking at a build of a container image and then pushing them to a container registry, right? So the first question, there are multiple questions, actually, not just first, like there are multiple questions. Which container registry to use, right? For dev in a loop, which container registry to use? How many container registries to use when doing a multi-cloud deployment? How do I build once and deploy multiple times when moving from, let's say, dev to test to staging to prod, right? Like one important concept is application promotion, right? I mean, that means moving an application through multiple environments, typically with an increasing level of maturity, as I was saying, from dev to test to staging to prod, right? You want to build, and again, I will emphasize, you want to build image once and then deploy to multiple environments. So that's where I think the promote pattern, which involves basically pulling an image from a registry, tagging it again, and then pushing it to another registry is very, very handy. A good example will be your QA. You have deployed the new app changes to QA environment where you have a QA registry. QA has given a gold like a thumbs up approval on like moving it to production. So now you want to deploy to production. So before doing that, you want to move this image from QA registry to production registry and then deploy. Similarly, from moving from GCR when Google Container Registry when deploying to GK to moving to ACR when deploying to Azure Kubernetes Service, right? You can use this promote pattern and still retain the traceability data in the form of labels, right? Now, since I referred to Google Container Registry and ACR, right? I mean, this brings me to the topic of like how many container registries to use, right? I think definitely when your code is in GitHub repo, you should use GitHub Container Registry for development, and then for any cloud-specific deployment, you should use a cloud-specific container registry. And why cloud-specific container registry? Because one, you will get better permission control. You can control the permissioning on that particular registry by using the cloud's authentication authorization mechanism. Second is you will get faster deployment because most of the times GCR, Google Container Registry, will be co-located with a Google Kubernetes engine, right? And same for Azure or AWS. And they may also offer features like geo-replication, which will make your deployment faster. And then you will also look at how you want to only promote images that you want to deploy to that particular cloud environment. Like, for example, in your development registry, you will have a lot many more images than in your production, because in production, only images that have been blessed and which have a level of maturity will be there, right? And again, use label-based annotation for traceability. I'll re-emphasize, because it will, when traversing across different registries and cluster, it will give you traceability. Now, moving to the next topic, which is around base image, right? I mean, again, this continues. This is around, and this is around security. As I said earlier, security is important not just for single cloud, but for not just for multi-cloud, but for single cloud as well. But it becomes more crucial when you're doing a multi-cloud complex setup, right? You want to make sure it is secure from all angles. Now, important thing to keep in mind when thinking about container security is that a container image actually comprises of a base image, any tool you're installing on top of that base image, your app code, and its dependencies, like, for example, npm packages for a Node.js application. So it is important to look at the container security from all these angles. So the first thing that you should do is you should look at the base images. I think you should standardize the base images that are used in your org. Again, the promote pattern that I talked about earlier, use that in your action workflow or in some other automated flow to get the images from a public repository and then push it to a private container registry your org uses, right? This will help you ensure that you have scanned these standard base images, that the different app teams in your orgs are using these standard base images which have been scanned for malware, for vulnerabilities. It will help you do with some of the tasks, for example, like making sure that the extra tooling that you are using on these standard images is actually licensed, right? It has license compliance. And they also have the latest patch, security patch applied on top of them, right? Once you have done that, I think one more thing that you should keep in mind is that the app teams which have taken a dependency on these standardized base images, there should be a way to notify them that a new base image update is available, so that they can take that base image, create their own app images based on the new latest base images, and then deploy them to production so that your production doesn't have any vulnerabilities. Now, this again is a big topic. I will not go into how you can do that, but it is possible by using GitHub Action workflows to actually automate this entire setup where your base image updates trigger app image updates, right? So do give it a try. Moving on to the next topic on security. Sorry, I think I missed moving on to this slide. I'll just pause here. This is the slide I was supposed to use for base image updates. So anyway, I talked about most of the points, so I'll move to the next one. Now, continuing on the topic of security, again, as I said earlier, I want to highlight that a container image not just comprises of your app code. Don't look at it in isolation. It actually has a base image, any tools you are using on top of that base image, and then any dependencies like npm package and your app code. So GitHub has tools for each one of these. Like I've given us simple sample search that I did on Marketplace, and I was able to actually get like multiple tools from Azure, from Anchor, from Trivy, which helps you do container scan. This will help you shift your security left. Every time you do a Docker CI, you will be able to actually do a container scan and find out the vulnerabilities in them, right? And then the other thing you can do is instead of maintaining a whitelist file somewhere, you can actually maintain whitelist file as a part of your code inside GitHub, and then have approvals and PRs in place for those as well, right? So now there are multiple scanning tools available in a marketplace. Use them, use container scanning. And again, look at your container security holistically. Don't look at it in isolation, that I'm just doing container scan and base image update and that's done. Your code, again, as I said, comprises of your own code, your dependency. So use tools that GitHub provides, like for example, CodeQL for static static analysis. Use secret scan to make sure no secrets are embedded in your container images when they are built, and use depend award for any dependency updates, right? Now, moving to the next one, right? Now I'm actually shifting gear. We have talked about CI a lot. I'll spend some time on how we can actually handle deployments for the multi-cloud. I think one of the most important things is just like we talked about labels for, just like we talked about container CI. In case of Kubernetes deployment, you'll be your action workflow will be actually targeting different clouds like Kubernetes cluster in AWS, Kubernetes cluster in Azure, or GK, right? Now, it's very, one thing that I've seen, one mistake I've seen from multiple customer interactions and in our team is that it's very easy to like go away from the Kubernetes standard when trying to connect to a Kubernetes standard. For example, PAT tokens, right? Personal access token, or use of service principal. I think the moment you start using some of these cloud-specific secrets for connecting to a Kubernetes cluster and deploying to it, your actual workflows will become very complex, because then you'll have sections where you have, for example, a particular job which is deploying to AWS and has a different mechanism of connecting, and it has different set of secrets. And again, then you have a corresponding job which is deploying to Azure, and it uses a different connection mechanism, right? And very soon your workflows will become complex and not easy to understand and maintainable, right? I think just stick to specifics like Kubernetes specific standards, like for example, service account. This will make sure your workflow files are simple, easy to understand. Otherwise, you run the risk of having a different ways of deploying and connecting to each cloud, leading to complexity in action workflow. Right. And then again, this is very well documented. I will not go deeper in this, but you may have to choose between using a self-hosted runner versus a hosted runner based on your multi-cloud setup. So moving to the next slide, this is where I think we touched upon in case of container images, where we talked about labels. Here, in Kubernetes, in case of Kubernetes, you can actually use annotations to embed traceability metadata into objects inside Kubernetes, right? You can use Kubernetes annotations to attach traceability metadata, like again, which commit is running inside that particular pod, for example, or which workflow run created a deployment and deployed that particular pod, created that pod, right? All this information, you can actually use annotations to actually embed it inside the Kubernetes cluster itself. And the good part is the client tools such as like, for example, kubectl can actually retrieve this metadata for you, right? For example, you can run kubectl describe pod to actually get the metadata of a particular pod running inside a cluster, and that will give you all the annotations that are a part of that pod description, right? So typically, again, just like labels in case of Docker images, in case of Kubernetes objects, we just focus on updating image details or environment variables, right? When you have a new app update, you go and update the tag of that particular image, and your Kubernetes cluster pulls the new image and gets the new changes up and running. But adding annotations will help you with traceability tremendously, especially in multi-cloud setups. When you are trying to troubleshoot, this information will be available consistently, and it will help your support teams and dev teams in troubleshooting and debugging a lot. So once you have embedded traceability data, you can go again from a pod running in a Kubernetes cluster in Azure to a GitHub commit corresponding to the bug fix which is running inside that pod. And this is just great for debugging and troubleshooting. One of the great use cases I've seen for this kind of annotation data is that you can actually build a UI by using this pod description or Kubernetes object description, where you can give your support and dev teams read-only access to this data, and they can literally go from like one click inside a Kubernetes cluster to the commit inside GitHub, right? And that's great for troubleshooting. Now, moving to the next topic, this is around safe deployment, right? I mean, just like security, practicing safe deployment practices like deployment strategy is crucial for multi-cloud. You don't want to roll out changes to a multi-cloud setup without actually having done safe deployment practices to different, like a tiny set of audience. I think that's where I think you should look at service mesh. Service mesh are great for deployment strategy, but you should look at how you can use a new standard that has emerged, which is called service mesh interface. For example, a good example of service mesh is basically Istio or Linkerd. Service mesh interface, what it does is basically it has a basic set of features for most common service mesh use cases. So instead of taking a direct dependency on a service mesh like Istio or Linkerd, you can actually use service mesh interface standard for doing your deployment strategy. This is again a deep topic. I'll suggest that you look at the deploy to Kubernetes action that has been contributed from Azure, and use that for taking a dependency on SMI, service mesh interface, and then doing your blue-green deployment, canary deployment. With that, I will move to the last topic, which is again on safe deployments. This is again around a standard which is called Open Policy Agent that has emerged around managing policies. I'll just give a couple of examples on that. Like for example, if you want to stop a pod from going rogue and consuming all the memory and CPU available in a cluster, you should actually have resource limits on top of the pod, right? So every Kubernetes object that is getting created should have a resource limit. So you can actually use Kubernetes Open Policy Agent to enforce such limits on the deployments that you're doing. Similarly, you can say the images that are getting deployed to a Kubernetes cluster must come from an approved repository or a registry. So you can use Open Policy Agent along as a part of your GitHub Action workflows. And this, when you're taking dependency on Open Policy Agent, it is a standard, so it will just work across all clouds, right? So do take a look at that. I think Open Policy Agent again is a topic which will require its own session, so I'll not go deep in it. I'll just leave a reference here. And then with that, I'll thank you everyone for joining the talk, and I'll open for Q&A, and feel free to ping me on Twitter or GitHub as well if you want any more details on this topic.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Atul. That was really great. I am not a Kubernetes user, and so I learned a lot from your talk about Kubernetes. Question for you. Any examples of other maybe open source projects adopting this Kubernetes pattern with GitHub Actions?
Open source projects adopting, I think these are all open source projects. Like for example, the open policy that I talked about, right? That's an open source project. SMI, like Service Mesh Interface, is an open source project. Most of them are actually a part of CNCF. They are all like projects that are funded by CNCF, like maintained by CNCF. So they are all open source projects in themselves, and multiple tools are adopting. Like for example, the Open Container Initiative, the OCI that I talked about earlier, is already implemented by multiple container registry, right? Similarly, SMI already supports Linkerd and Istio, right, in terms of service mesh. So these standards are getting wider adoption now across the industry, and I think sticking to those will help with multi-cloud deployments.
Oh, that's awesome. Brian, I think we have time for maybe one more question, maybe two. You want to ask the next one?
Yes, for sure. And you had mentioned briefly about secrets and storing secrets inside your multi-cloud infrastructure. I'm curious if you could share some tips and tricks and gotchas for folks getting started if they wanted to get started today.
I think GitHub Secrets is a great way to get started. We announced environments, which again has environment level secrets. I think you should explore that for connecting your container registries and Kubernetes clusters from GitHub workflow, right? I think those are great to get started with. I think that's the number one tip I'll give, right? And again, as my slide said, stick to the standard. Don't use cloud-specific secrets for connecting to Kubernetes cluster or container registry. Stick to what Kubernetes provides natively, like service account, and that will make sure that your workflows are very simple to understand and maintainable instead of being riddled with if-else inside them.
Excellent. Well, Atul, thank you very much for your talk. That was a great conversation. Thank you for taking the time for questions as well. Folks, if you want to ask more questions about Kubernetes and multi-cloud infrastructure, and even GitHub Actions with all those buzzwords included, Atul will be in the discussions for the next 30 minutes to answer questions as well. So with that being said, thank you very much, Atul, and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I'm gonna.
Take a quick ice cream.
Oh, you thought we were going to break? No worries. Yeah, I think you were probably catching up with the ice cream thread that's in the discussions right now, so you might have got the hankering for some ice cream. But speaking of threads and channels,
right here. I got my vanilla.
Oh.
It's good to get. We're good to go.
Wow, man, it is lunchtime. Wow, the day has really flown by, and man, I guess I can start munching on some pizza.
Yeah.
But while I take a bite, why don't you tell people what's coming up, what's happening on the other channels, and check in with them?
Yeah, definitely. So some other stuff coming up on, we've got stuff happening on the enterprise channel. We've got Build for Scale, how the Home Depot's commitment to engineering excellence enabled success. And then on the Play channel, we also have a fireside chat. So how do you disrupt when disruption comes for you? Check those out if you haven't already. And I think also, we're coming up on our last session of the day. And so
Yeah.
it might be time for you to think about, like, what are you doing tomorrow? I know I've got my schedule jam-packed tomorrow. I'll be over in the enterprise channel. I think actually, Brian, if that's okay. No, I'm kidding. I'll be
really?
here with but check that out, githubuniverse.com/schedule to check out all of the really great programming we have for tomorrow. Tomorrow's theme is open source communities, which is my favorite day out of all of these. They were all really, really great, but I love talking about open source communities. So I am actually going to introduce our next session. I think this is our last one of day 2, a really, really great one. And it's actually observability and superpowers for developers. And this is from Christine Yen, who's the co-founder and CEO of honeycomb.io. And her goal is to make previously intractable data problems possible. And remember to engage with us on discussions. We really love seeing your questions come in. Brian and I love asking them live, but also we have folks who know a ton about these products and these features and these topics who can answer your questions in discussions while folks are actually talking about them. And then the speakers will be around in discussions for about 30 minutes after their talk to keep answering your questions and take feedback and talk about ice cream or pizza or cheese or whatever you want. We've got a lot of dairy stuff going on today in the developer channel. And don't forget to rate the session. We really, really value your feedback. It's going to help us program GitHub Satellite and make that conference just as good as GitHub Universe. So please go and do that. Find the yellow star in discussions. So I actually am going to toss it over to Christine.
Hello. Every time I think I'm full up on the superhero genre, a new movie comes out and sucks me right back in. I think there's something irresistible and appealing about this fight against chaos, about good people trying their best and having to level up fast. And, segue, it can also be pretty relatable to our lives as developers, pushing our code into the chaos of production. Relatable, maybe minus the Hollywood actors and glitzy production. Let's jump in. So, as we all know, all good superhero tales start with an origin story. Here's mine. I'm Christine, and I am a developer. Early in my career, one of the things I took pride in was that I was fast. Sometimes it seemed like I was nonstop. I could just go, get this little cycle going. And I made it through a few jobs, actually, before I interacted with my first real ops person. And I met her because I was working on a new component of a system. And that nice little development cycle I'd gotten used to started to look a little bit more like this. And it became clear to me, quickly, why certain unflattering stereotypes around engineering roles exist. Which is such a shame. We could be on the same side. Theoretically, we are on the same side. We're just trying to provide a great experience for our users. But what we were doing, hunkering down, refusing to see the other side's perspective, blaming them for some failure or downtime, just made it harder to get that done. Since then, fortunately, the world has changed in a way that means, whether we like it or not, dev and ops have to learn how to work more closely together. The days of having one database and one monolithic application running on one server or a handful are gone. We've decoupled and decomposed everything to the point where no one person or an ops team in the absence of developers can make sense of it anymore. And this old pattern of developers write code on their machines, ops worries about it after release, it's already started falling apart. And in its place, teams are building a shared sense of ownership, of production. How? Well, if the first wave of DevOps was for ops folks to learn how to code or to automate their work, the second wave of DevOps is for developers, for us, to learn how to own our code in production. And that little bridge, my favorite way to blur the lines between dev and ops is through observability. Now, there's an old school definition of it, which is useful when talking about disciplines like spaceflight and mechanical engineering. In today's software world, I like to think of it as, why is my software behaving like that over there? Observability is more than just a tool chain. It's about the culture and processes of a team and how the entire engineering org thinks about production. So, why is this especially interesting for developers? Isn't observability like monitoring and more of an ops thing? I say no. Observability is relevant to developers because, in a way, we're already doing it. We have the most to gain. So many of the right instincts for catching problems in production are already in place. If we look at our modern software development process, it's already so full of curiosity. Just look at the number of times we include this concept of testing, comparing the code that we think that we wrote versus how it actually ran. And we do it again and again as the environment gets more complicated. Even this last step, something that previously fell on the ops side of the deployment wall, can be considered a form of testing. Writing pre-production tests, good pre-production tests, is all about thinking through various scenarios, right? Describing how our code behaves, and then investigating when it deviates from those expectations. The more practice we get at it, the better our code gets, because we begin thinking ahead and explicitly examining our assumptions. When folks look at graphs of how systems behave in production, they're basically doing the exact same thing, trying to figure out why the nicely behaved system that we expect is behaving a little bit more like a whole different beast. And as we transfer what we do in our written tests to graphs describing what we're doing in production, we will be the ones who will be best positioned to handle it when expected deviates from actual. And then suddenly, what ops does in production, what ops used to do versus what devs should do, doesn't feel like such a sharp line after all. Okay, so we're bought in, we've set the scene, we know our players. Now we can activate our powers. Earlier, when I described observability, you'll notice I used lots of verbs. Understanding, asking questions, because not just having a tool isn't enough to let you do the powerful thing. And there's a few things that we need to do or can do ahead of time to make this easier for the developers. First, one of the first things to really empower developers in production is to teach production tools to speak our language. Traditional monitoring tools tend to assume their users care about a certain subset of nouns. And they often don't tie directly back to the concepts I deal with in my code. Having an ops person come to me angry that CPU utilization is up on a particular subset of Cassandra nodes tells me nothing about how to go about diagnosing the issue, much less how to fix it in my code. Compare that to the sorts of nouns that appear naturally in my tests, things that I know will trigger different behaviors in the code itself. If instead of getting alerted about Cassandra write throughput, what if I found out that the latest deploy seems to result in increased latency for a payment endpoint and our second largest customer was impacted? Well, that gives me a much better starting point for reproducing that behavior, possibly in a test, and fixing that issue. High cardinality data is also key. Those fields that hold a ton of potential values. Again, these are the nouns I deal with day to day that capture characteristics of the workloads that I'm using that change how my code behaves. And these are the nouns that I'll want to slice and dice by to understand who's being impacted and how to go about putting together a fix. To ground this in reality, build ID is one of my favorite stealthy high cardinality attributes, right? Theoretically unbounded set of values, but also one of the most immediately useful. This is a screenshot of our dog food instance of Honeycomb. And it is a data set that represents our traffic hitting our web app. You'll see the second starter query that I've circled that our engineers have configured is just one that asks, has the code I care about been deployed yet? Super simple and often hard to get in our traditional monitoring tools. Finally, we should treat instrumentation like docs and tests. We know that the easier it is to write and run pre-production tests, the more folks will write them, the easier they'll be to update. The same is true of instrumentation. All of these things lead to developers being more comfortable with production, and production not feeling like some faraway, magical, mysterious place anymore, but instead just an extension of our development environment. So we just talked about a bunch of nouns, making sure those line up, but we can reach for different visuals too to help map production artifacts back to developer world concepts. Tracing is one of the most developer-friendly evolutions yet in this industry. You look at a trace, and you can immediately start to map that to your mental model of how code executes back to developer world concepts. Someone recently described tracing as Chrome developer tools for non-browser software, which I loved because it's true. And it's so exciting to be able to connect this very developer-friendly final representation of something happening in production, where I can see service boundaries and function names, to the graphs and higher-level analyses that let us understand how our code is running in context. We need graphs to be able to pick out patterns and understand what happens when we run that code over and over and over again, not just in a test environment. And having both, being able to switch back and forth between the two, is what allows us to take that production sense and map it to what feels natural as a developer. And tracing has cleverly found a way to make logs tractable and meaningful. We're not in a log scale world anymore. Our logs are no longer human scale anymore. Everything's machine scale, everything is huge. Once you add a little bit of structure into your logs, some semblance of hierarchy to tie individual log lines together, and you start to get something that, again, better reflects the code, feeds our understanding of production. Tracing is what happens when logs grow up. So what does this all look like? How does that virtuous cycle make me better at doing what I actually care about, writing code? Well, let's run through a few examples. When observability is our superpower, we can use it to figure out what code to write in the first place. Right? When we start our days, it often, or when we see a ticket or get started with a new task, often there's a frustratingly vague complaint. Something is slow, something is broken. Okay, what's slow? Is everything slow? Are only some operations slow? Sometimes for some users? Exploring and investigating these sorts of questions in order to figure out where to begin with our code should feel like the way that we investigate anything in life, by asking new questions and exploring, starting at a high level, identifying differences between expectations and reality, and then teasing apart that signal from noise, iterating and zooming until we can isolate something interesting, and then being able to flip into that specific example to understand how all the building blocks fit together. And if we do that, we can stop guessing at what we think will fix the problem. We can start to map data to, okay, this seems like the right place to focus our efforts. These are some tweets from CJ Silverio over at Ease, who recently got our team to invest in instrumenting a legacy monolith, and suddenly realized what it was like to be able to see. The more you can understand what's actually happening with your code, the less scary it is to think about changing anything about it. And by embracing observability, we can learn what to do with our time for maximum impact. It's no longer a scary problem to touch this thing that other folks built. When observability is our superpower, we can use it to figure out the best way to write that code. Again, going back to sometimes you get a ticket that just says something like, build out nested JSON support. Okay, cool. Well, as a developer, we know we can just build it, roll it out. But first, how many users are actually using this? how might it impact them? Is this what we want? Who's relying on the old behavior? By being able to ask these questions to understand what normal is before we change that normal with our code, we can figure out if the fix will actually be a fix. All of these domain-specific pieces of metadata I talked about earlier, they're what help us understand, does it matter to the business? Does this matter to my users? Instrumentation basically turns production into one giant machine spitting out debug statements, but just against real-world traffic. Some folks out there might be sitting and thinking, well, this is what my product manager does, right? My product manager is out there thinking about what to do and building their plans based on intuition and qualitative interviews. Well, we're developers. We have access to prod. We can make arguments based on data. When observability is our superpower, we can use it to even anticipate issues and predict the future. Complex systems, our systems today, have an infinitely long list of almost impossible failure scenarios. Our systems are only getting more complex, which means that our previous approach of trying to guess at the future, enshrining guesses into pre-production test cases or dashboards on a wall, metaphorical wall in this world, isn't going to be enough. We have to move away from trying to predict each of these incredibly rare, extremely unpredictable black swan failure scenarios and embrace observability to make sure that if something happens, we find out immediately and have enough information to know what to do about it. Test in production has become a polarizing phrase for some. So, necessary disclaimer, this does not mean to not test before production. But production is a great test bed for hypotheses. I'm going to tell a story about our friends over at GeckoBoard who were building out a new feature that essentially reduced to the bin packing problem, right? An NP complete problem, lots of possible ways to solve it. No one, necessarily best solution. And instead of having an engineer or multiple engineers kind of go off and build something and test something and run simulations and try to guess at what would work best for their use case, they came up with a few different hypotheses, 3 different algorithms that they put in they ran production traffic against, captured the output, stored the output, threw away the results, no user impact. But they were able to measure how each of their experiments ran. They were able to, by the end of a day, say, hey, this one looks like it's best against our shape of traffic and our current customers. Let's move forward with that. And all of this is possible because their tools supported these ad hoc experiments, their team believed in flexible instrumentation, and their development team had gotten comfortable running experiments in production. And finally, I love this superpower because it pairs so well with these other techniques that are becoming commonplace in our modern development processes. Feature flags are great. It's incredibly powerful to be able to test out code on a very small amount of traffic. It's even more powerful when we can take those feature flag values on, off, these 15 feature flags all converging, take those values and pump it into our tools. We pump it into our dog food instance of Honeycomb, and then we have access to all of our normal top-level metrics, but are able to slice by whatever tiny segment of folks have been flagged into this experimental feature or that experimental branch that day. So this being a talk and not actually a movie, we are jumping to the end here. I'm sure you've all seen your fair share of CGI battles where good triumphs over evil. In the old world, devs cared about code in the development and test environments, and ops cared about prod. But there are all sorts of reasons now to break down these barriers and empower developers to own our code in production. We talked about some concrete things to do to facilitate that today, so that we can all take our learnings from production and supercharge our development process. At each step along the way, there are things that we can be learning about how our code is behaving in production that will inform our choices and ensure better output. And As we all know from the Marvel Universe, being a superhero is more fun with a team. In real life, being able to transfer that knowledge and share ownership, not just a plot device, it's how we scale good intentions and build intuition. After all debugging is inherently social, even if it's just present you trying to figure out what past you discovered in order to help future you. And that's why I'll hammer this point again. Observability isn't just about your choice of tool, although that can catalyze change. Ultimately, it's about the processes you enable and the culture you build around production. In the end, we're all just trying to fight fewer battles. We're trying to reduce that tension and release, to reduce the number of times we're woken up in the middle of the night or our teammates are woken up in the middle of the night. Because that's how we burn out. That way lies alert fatigue, too many dashboards, and the sorts of habits where new engineers have to decode and claw through a bunch of tribal knowledge to learn which notifications to take seriously, which ones can be ignored. The more work that we can do to shift high-stress situations where we have to be reactive and stressed into proactive work where we can think ahead of time about expecteds versus actuals, where we can build up those muscles to investigate issues, the more we'll be able to take care of our teams and focus on doing what we want. So if you happen to be an ops or infra engineer out there, think about how you can empower your devs to share the great responsibility of production and the great power. And if you're a developer, remember that these superpowers are possible and have been within your grasp this whole time. We stand to benefit the most from observability because it'll help us write better code at each step along the way. Thank you. I'd love to answer questions or point folks to more resources for anyone looking to learn more about observability.
Thank you, Christine. That was awesome. And I have my favorite superhero, but I'm super curious to know what yours is. So who's your favorite superhero?
I give it away on the last slide. Storm is the best.
Yeah, Storm is really good. I happen to really I love Wonder Woman, but I think Storm might kick her butt in a fight.
Fly. Who needs a jet when you can fly yourself and shoot lightning bolts?
Yeah, exactly. She controls the atmosphere. There's kind of nothing you can compete with there. But really, question for you: how do I, as a let's say I'm a junior developer. I'm not a developer at all. But if I'm a junior developer, or someone with actually less power, how do I level up my team or level up myself without changing tools?
I touched on this a little bit at the end. Knowledge transfer is something that, eventually all teams care about this, right? How do I make it so that the folks who's been around here for a long time are able to share what they've learned with folks who are new to the team? And a lot of times those conversations center around active knowledge transfer, postmortems, and trainings and documentation, and all of those are good and important. But I like to nudge folks to see how much can you learn from what I call passive knowledge transfer? Where are people leaving paper trails of how they're investigating an issue? Can you encourage people to do more of that in public, right? In a Slack channel, to drop their thoughts, to kind of show their sequence of graph that they looked at, so that folks who are following along can start to understand, oh, okay, this leads to that, and I should do this next, because especially in a world where we physically can't look over someone's shoulder anymore to see how they're jumping from one intuitive hop to another. There have to be kind of more glue ways, less intentional ways, but things that are still as effective for those seasoned engineers to almost show their work and just spread that intuition.
Yeah, totally. Brian, you're a little bit more of a senior or a seasoned engineer than I am. Curious, do you want to answer the next question? Or ask? Do you want to ask the next question?
Of course, yes. And I'm all about seasoning. As you see on Twitter, I showed my seasoning, which is paprika. Everybody follow me on Twitter. But no one asked, Luke Cage, you mentioned that you go into every time the new Marvel movie or something comes out, you just get sucked in. And Luke Cage was somebody I got sucked into a couple years ago, read all the comics and watched all the season. Well, I guess there was 2 seasons. But anyway, to my question, what makes a tool more or less capable of supporting these practices?
I think this goes back to that passive knowledge transfer. So all of the techniques and thoughts I covered in this talk are applicable to many existing tools. But at Honeycomb, disclaimer, we are a vendor. We are opinionated. We do build our opinions into the product. For passive knowledge transfer, we've invested a lot in finding ways to see what other folks have explored, to look at the graphs they've run, for folks to leave annotations and notes to their future selves. And I think that there's a real opportunity there for tools to be more aware of the fact that entire teams of people are in it, that entire teams of people are using it at different levels, they care about different things, and non-experts want to learn from experts. I think that's it. I'm really excited to continue to explore on that front because so many people try to solve human problems with technology, and that leaves an opening for tools to support what humans are really good at, which is that context and deriving of meaning.
Yeah, that is 100% correct and true. And like you mentioned Storm being from a member of the X-Men. Like the X-Men it exists, and I'm going to get really nerdy, but it exists to basically to level up everybody else who feels outside. So even if you're a junior engineer, you're a senior engineer, or you just want to start getting code soon, like these tools are here for you and here to sort of level up your game and not have to wait for the next senior engineer to sort of take you under the wing. But which is cool that Honeycomb and other vendors and people like yourself also have all this content out there for mostly free. So thanks, Christine, for the talk and the conversation. And folks, Christine will be in the discussions, GitHub user. I say github.com a lot. GitHubUniverse.com/discussions. Christine will be there for the next 30 minutes. So you want to nerd out more about superheroes, or if you want to talk more about DevOps and actually transfer knowledge, definitely ask her those questions. So Christine, thank you so much, and enjoy your day.
Thanks so much for having me. Bye, everyone.
All right. So yeah, thanks so much for joining. That was a great discussion. This has been an amazing day. Just like hearing all the stories, all the ways that you can incorporate DevOps into your workflows. I just like, Kath, how do you feel about today? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, I learned a ton today. I thought it was really great. I loved hearing from the VS Code team. They're doing a lot of stuff that's very similar to what I'm doing with our GitHub documentation, which is figuring out how to translate a lot of stuff. And we're translating not only the GitHub documentation itself, but we're also translating some parts of the application. So we've started translating GitHub mobile and other parts. So it was really cool to see kind of like how they handle it. And I learned a lot. I can't wait to keep that conversation going with Alex and Ben to learn even more about how they deal with translating content.
Yeah. And speaking of translating content, we've got a whole nother day tomorrow. So today was all about DevOps, but tomorrow's all about open source and communities. So definitely check out the 4 tracks that we have here: Developer, Enterprise, University, and the Play track, of course, the Play track, which we're going to merge into in a sec. But I just want to shout out on the different tracks. Tomorrow on the Dev track, this is what you're watching right now, which is it might be the best track. I'm not sure. Definitely rate your sessions, and we'll find out after the fact. But tomorrow, the Dev track, we got Project Scaro, who's going to talk about how they migrated from Mercurial to Git and also to GitHub. So definitely check that out. As well as we do have a World Health Organization panel as well on the Dev track. So I'm looking forward to hear them talk about things like how they've sort of handled the pandemic and also encourage folks with contact tracing. Yeah, for sure. And the Enterprise track, they're going to talk about Intuit and how they overhauled their legacy engineering team. optimize their mono repos, which I think that's what everybody's been tweeting about. All those mono repos in Berlin and in Utah. But yeah, we'll have to watch those talks to find out what a mono repo is. And then finally, the play track, of course, going to have all this sort of interaction with art and code and how they merge and in between as well. But if you didn't already do this, go to githubuniverse.com/schedule. Make your schedule. If you head over to Twitter and find my Twitter account and as well as Kathy's, Simsoka, and then I'm BWO on Twitter. We've pinned our schedule to our Twitter account so you can see which track we'll be hanging on in all day. Spoiler, it's the dev track. Oh, man. These jokes are not really hitting as I thought they would have been. Anyway.
Oh, I guess
all right. So
it.
it does sound like somebody liked it. But do you want to talk about what's happening on Friday in the workshops?
Yeah, Friday is a really big day, and we've been kind of plugging this all week because these workshops are selling out. And what the workshops are, we have a whole bunch of folks from our support team, our professional services team, from the GitHub ecosystem team who are available and ready to go hands-on with you. If you have questions or you have things that you want to work through, and you want to pair with people to get their advice in real time, you can go and sign up for one of these workshops and get some hands-on learning with them. So go to githubuniverse.com/workshops and get your tickets for Friday to kind of stick around with us all the way through to the end of the week. So I also want to, just give a thank you again to all of our great sponsors for GitHub Universe, and we've got demos, we've got giveaways, and with that, I think we're going to merge into our play track too, one more time to give you a taste of what's going on the Play channel, and you'll be able to check out a whole bunch more stuff on the Play channel tomorrow. They're actually talking about how do you feel something you actually can't touch, and other questions about other questions encountered in XR. They're going to do poetic computation. They're also going to do natural language processing and key concepts that are explained there. So definitely check that out. But right now, we're going to go over and we're going to hear Sam Aaron, who is performing for us live today, live coding with Sonic Pi, which he created. And he'll be incorporating snippets of code submitted by you, all of our viewers from around the world during Sonic Pi tutorial from yesterday. So definitely check that out. And yeah, stick around for after we hear from Sam and you enjoy his music, stick around because Kyle is going to be back. He's going to be giving us a post-show wrap-up and maybe a couple shout-outs to some of you who've been pinging us all day long, sharing your pizza, sharing your love of those Pikachu headphones. And with that, thank you all so much for joining us today. It has been absolutely tremendous. And bye for now.
Hello, everyone. If you're seeing this sign, you've made it to the end of an excellent day 2 of GitHub Universe. We're going to go through all the must-see and can't-miss moments from today, and don't you worry, I'll have you prepped and ready to go for all the big moments we have in store for you tomorrow. Don't touch that dial, or maybe keyboard. This is the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'm your host, Kyle Daigle. We have a whole 15 minutes together, and I'm going to share the best moments of the day and help guide you through the 17 different talks we had. And hopefully, you'll find a few things that will help out your day-to-day developer workflow. So grab a cup of water, cold brew, or fresh squeezed kale juice, and let's dive right in. This morning, GitHub COO Erica Brescia kicked off the conference by talking about the importance of developer experience and how it's at the heart of everything that we do. We think that all developers deserve a great experience, whether you're an open source developer using GitHub.com or a Fortune 500 company building your application using GitHub Enterprise. An easy-to-use and powerful developer toolchain is critical to being productive and keeping you in the flow every day. And that's why focusing on high-performing teams is so important.
The 2019 Dora report found that elite and high-performing DevOps teams are automating significantly more work than low-performing teams. In fact, these elite teams are delivering 208 times more frequent code deployments than those who aren't. Their lead time from commit to deploy is 106 times faster, and they recover from incidents over 2,600 times more quickly.
Wow, and with the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0, GitHub is bringing so many powerful features to developers in the enterprise like code scanning, packages, and actions. And with these features, and in particular with GitHub Actions, companies and teams are seeing huge improvements to their workflows and bringing code to production faster than ever.
Across all open source repositories, repos that use actions on pull requests see PRs merge 1.2 times faster, and the number of merged PRs increased by 1.3x. That's 34% more pull requests merged. This is huge in terms of improving developer velocity, and this scales exponentially with your team. According to 3M, building with GitHub allowed them to go from 400 deployments in 60 days to 6,000 deployments. That's a 15 times increase in ships.
And yesterday, we spoke about the importance of considering security as a feature and a key part of your development workflow. Erica shared some additional information about CodeQL, a powerful tool that lets you query your code to find vulnerabilities.
Take Postmates, for example, who leverage CodeQL's code scanning to do what literally no other developer-focused security tooling can do. GitHub's security features meet developers where they are, in the source code.
CodeQL is so powerful. If you haven't given it a look yet, I promise you, you really haven't used anything like this before. Finally, we know that we're the home of software developers around the world. GitHub is where the world builds software. So Erica took the chance to update us on just how big GitHub has become.
GitHub is where the world builds software. Over 50 million developers trust GitHub to collaborate, test, build, and deploy code, including over 70% of the Fortune 50. In fact, in the last year, over 60 million new repos were added and over 1.9 billion contributions were made. Those are some seriously big numbers.
Awesome. It's been so cool seeing GitHub grow over the past 7 years that I've been here. And that's because of all of you. Between yesterday's keynote with Nat and today's featured session with Erica, we've shown how GitHub is powering the developer workflows that are required to build great, secure software as part of a team. You can check out the entire session from Erica as a replay at githubuniverse.com tomorrow. Talking about those 50 million developers, let's hear what you thought about today's talks. There were a lot of reactions to go through. If you want to be featured and join the conversation, all you need to do is use the GitHub Universe hashtag wherever you're having that conversation. Okay, let's dive in. Sarah is somehow watching all 4 channels at once. Really just letting all the GitHub content wash over you at once. I'm extremely impressed that you can catch all that at the same time. Maybe I could get you to join us on working on the show and watching all those streams. Now, here's Lynn heaping praise on Angie's talk about visual testing. I absolutely love this talk and the video explanation of how easy it is to miss visual mistakes. We'll be talking a lot more about this talk in a bit. And finally, here is Codefinity, who's really enjoying the code performances that have been happening in the Play channel and kicking off each and every day of GitHub Universe. I'm always amazed at how quickly they can edit their code, and I'm kind of super interested to see what a bug sounds like. Share what you're thinking. What was your favorite part of GitHub Universe? Use the GitHub Universe hashtag. I'd love to feature you in tomorrow's show. Alongside our featured session, we had 16 different talks and sessions, all focused on improving your software development practices and making it easier to build complete DevOps workflows. Kicking off today was that really cool talk by Angie Jones, where she showed how you can actually get valuable visual tests on every pull request without getting caught up in the pixel by pixel comparisons.
Would that test catch this? No. Look at this test. It's green. I love green like the next person, but I want my red when it means something, you know? So this test has passed, even though with a single line of CSS, I literally flipped this application on its head. Again, this is why we need the visual testing.
Would you have caught all the visual bugs without the better test? Go catch her entire talk as a replay at githubuniverse.com. Our very own Brian Douglas, or B. Dougie, who is pulling double duty as a US host and a speaker this year, gave a talk about how you can use GitHub Actions to automate every aspect of your day. Here he is telling us about his favorite action.
And I was really stoked when I found out about the Lighthouse action. Like being able to find out, so whenever I have a staging deployment on Netlify, I'm able to see all my stats for just that staging deployment. So previously I had to deploy to production, and then once it's deployed in production, I can start doing some regressions and testing and stuff like that, which is not a good practice. Like definitely test that in staging and QA that. But actually applying that directly to PR was just mind-blowing.
Brian did a great job covering some of the powerful and somewhat hidden features of GitHub Actions. And if you want to learn a little bit more about the sports game of basketball, something I assure you I am an expert on, check out the full talk at the replay at githubuniverse.com, which is what I'll be doing after this show. Have you ever been frustrated by how long your CI build takes, or have you wanted to get on top of that mountain of technical debt? Today, we've got a masterclass from GitHub's very own Liz, KK, and Keith on how to start toppling that tower of technical debt and focus a bit more on how to make developers effective inside your company. And we ended up with some big productivity wins.
We reduced our CI time to 13 minutes, making our CI workflow 3 times faster. Then as an added bonus, we reduced our compute costs down by 1/4.
You can learn more about this tech debt project by following along on the GitHub engineering blog by going to github.blog and click on engineering. All right, we all have secrets. Hopefully you're keeping your secrets to yourself, only telling your besties, and maybe most importantly, you're keeping your secrets safe in your production workflows. Rosemary from HashiCorp told us about the 6 steps of dealing with leaked secrets and how secret managers prevent us from making these mistakes at all.
Well, a secrets manager actually takes away a couple of steps. The first thing is regret. You might push a password and regret that you pushed it in the first place, but you actually get the simplification of the revocation and the rotation of secrets with the secrets manager. So if you need to change the secret, it's no big deal.
Between GitHub code scanning and a tool like HashiCorp Vault, I really feel like I'm being protected from myself at this point. Moving on, an important part of any software project is planning. And at GitHub, we use GitHub to do just that. Lauren Brose shared how, even as product manager on the planning and tracking team, well, she has more than a few issues with issues.
Now, I have this sticker on my laptop. It says all my issues are on GitHub. And I think that's the core of capturing ideas.
If you're curious about how GitHub uses issues to build our own product, you can catch Lauren's epic talk as a replay. GitHub Actions is already the #1 CI/CD platform on GitHub, but that doesn't mean that we're done making it the best tool for you to test, build, and deploy your code. Chris Patterson introduced a number of new features to help turn you into an Actions power user and prepare you to deploy more code than ever before.
we wanted to give you a much better way to visually track how your workflows are progressing. As you have these more complex workflows.
Just got a taste there. Watch the full talk to see a demo of what's up next. Trust me, you won't regret it. Mostly, you're just going to wish that you already had it today. Phew. So we shared so much over the past few days between our keynote, our featured session this morning, over 30 talks, and all the excellent play performances. But what were your favorite moments? Well, you told me loud and clear. Watch this. So the folks from the GitHub Stars team were able to reach out and share some of their favorite moments with me. We'll be posting that on social, so you can catch that later. I absolutely loved hearing from the millions of developers who use GitHub every single day. We want to be the best developer tool in the world. So keep telling us what you like and what we can do better to make your workflow better than today, because the team here at GitHub loves hearing from our users. So with the featured session and the developer track and the enterprise channel and all of that out of the way, did you take some time to check out the university and play channels today? On the university channel, Michael and Lika talked about how get MongoDB, and you can get started with it right away in your application by taking part in the GitHub Student Developer Program, as long as you're a student, that is. Check out that talk and all the replays by going to githubuniverse.com. And of course, I hope you've been checking out the play track over the past 2 days. It has some of the most amazing beats, visuals, and experimental code that you'll find on the web. Trust me, Elaine and her team did all of the hard work for you. And if you don't believe me, check this out. Martin and Dana, 2 of the US stream hosts, were just losing their mind to this VR art in music by Michelle Brown. Don't miss out on any more of the play track. Check it out tomorrow. I guess bring your glow sticks and your goggles. So speaking of tomorrow, I wanted to bring one of the speakers that you'll be hearing from, my extremely talented coworker, who you happen to already meet in the keynote, Director of Software Engineering, Neha Batra. Hey, Neha, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me, Kyle.
So we already saw you talking a bit about discussions during the keynote, and I know a lot of open source repos have actually already been using discussions in the private beta. What's different about what you're going to be showing tomorrow?
So tomorrow, what I'm going to be talking about are some of the newest features that we've enabled. So if you haven't seen it already, I'll be talking about things like customizing categories to best suit your community. I'll talk about how you can recognize your top contributors in discussions, and I'll talk about what you can do to spruce up your repository with options like spotlights. And finally, I'll talk about what your moderation options are within discussions. So that's some of the newer stuff that you might see.
Awesome. And I'm curious, what would you say to the open source maintainers and contributors out there who are already using discussions? Why should they tune into your talk?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the reasons why I think even people who have been using the private beta might want to check out this talk is that for every feature that I talk about, I'm going to be using examples of how different people in open source communities have embraced that. And I'll be showing those kind of side by side. So for example, if we talked about customizing categories, you might get to see some of the categories that different open source repositories have been using for their discussions. So you're going to see new features, you're going to see how to do them, and then simultaneously side by side examples from all the different repositories. So if you want to basically see those without having to go to a bunch of different ones on your own, this would be a great talk to check out.
Awesome. So Neha, a little birdie told me that today's your birthday, and I know we can't be together, so I got you a little something just so we can pretend that, this is how we would do it. And I got you this. I don't think I can send this through the camera, but there are some treats coming to your house in San Francisco a couple minutes after we get off the call today. So happy birthday, Neha. Thank you for spending a little bit of it with me today.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I'm so surprised.
There you go. You're the best. Thank you so much, Neha. We'll see you tomorrow. Everyone, be sure to check out Neha's talk about GitHub discussions and how you can use it to help build your community. That's at 10:30 a.m. Pacific on the developer channel. Neha's talk isn't the only one that you should be sure to check out. At 10:30 a.m. Pacific, GitHub's very own Nicole Forsgren will be sharing what enterprises can learn from global patterns and our State of the Octaverse report. At 11:15 a.m. Pacific, Hamza will be explaining machine learning concepts on the Play channel. I'm going to be tuning into that one. Don't tell anyone. And at 12:15 p.m. Pacific, tune in to hear more about GitHub and NPM and how GitHub hearts NPM. That'll be a don't miss. Thank you so much for joining me for today's GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'd love to hear your highlights from today. Use the hashtag GitHub Universe. Feel free to mention me, Kay Daigle, and you might end up in tomorrow's final wrap-up show. GitHub Universe will also kick off a rebroadcast with live hosts at 9:30 a.m. India Standard Time. So if you're in the Asia Pacific region, be sure to check that out. GitHub Universe kicks off its third and final day tomorrow with Kelsey Hightower of Kubernetes fame at 9 a.m. Pacific. Enjoy the rest of your evening, day, or morning. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. So I'll see you then.